Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Dati mihi Anglican priest, verbis Latin.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Sleepy Recovery Addict. I'm just going to call it right now. It's not a question of when I fall asleep on stream. It's for how long I snore before I realize I'm not muted. Oh, wow. Can I just say 2:30 came super early this morning, and I've been up pretty much ever since with a couple little snoozes here and there. Well, not driving, but I was a passenger. Thanks to Mrs. R.A., who had to drive early this morning on her birthday. So, happy birthday to Mrs. R.A. We're going to sing to her in just a little bit. Let's see, where are we at? We're here. We live here now. Oh, I need my lights on my desk. Boom, that's better. Is that working? Okay. I can't see, dang. Oh, I see the problem. Well, I'll fix that later. All right. I am so tired. First of all, AC's Wildflower, good morning. Congratulations. I need you to take care of the internet and possibly run the show today. I know it's a big ask, but if I just drift off, I'll just need you to take care of things. Because I thought, let's go to bed early. Let's go to bed early because we have to wake up at I thought 3 o'clock. No, it's 2:30. We have to leave by 3 to go to the airport, drop off my son, who is currently in the air flying back to college. And the whole family wanted to go to see him off. And, of course, we parked the car, which in the short, I guess there's like the quick drop off. Why is it like $10 an hour to park your car at the airport? It's like, I did not do $10 worth of damage in that parking lot. Anyway, hey, can you turn that light switch off for me, bud? Thank you. Anyway, so I was up sort of making sure that everything was done, and my college son was printing some things on a 3D printer, making sure those were working right so we could get those done and take it back with him. So they were supposed to be home at 8:30. They ended up coming home at, 11. And they went to bed at 1. We got up at 2:30. So I'm counting about an hour and a half of good sleep in there. Yeah. So that's exciting. We have to hurry. I was not going to even mention the fact that right after I went to bed, when was it? Was it 11:30? Was it midnight? Amber, I can't remember. My phone rings. I'm sure it's the burner phone, but it's Amber. Honestly, I probably would have answered it either way because I do. I mean, I kid you not. I answered the phone day and night. It was 10 o'clock on the nose. Okay. Well, I woke me up from deep in slumber, and let me listen. What's going on? This judge is about ready to get started in our case. So we have to sing happy birthday really quickly. Amber called. She's like, I thought I was trying to get the burner phone message machine. I'm like, that's me. I'm the message machine. I'm the problem. It's me. But let's go ahead and get the happy birthday sung too, because we have to start court here in just a minute. Don't want to miss anything. Here we go. Everyone stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice to the neighbor, and warm up with me if you will. We're going to sing happy birthday to Brenda, Lindsay, Sandy, and Mrs. R.A. This court's just getting started here. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brenda, Lindsay, Sandy, and Mrs. R.A. Happy birthday to you. Oh, we've got an extra ad. My grandson Luke do a verse just for Luke. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Luke. Happy birthday to you. There we go. The judge is calling the case.
Yes, sir. Wow. And I always feel like I'm mispronouncing your first
See everyone who's having their birthday today. Happy
we're,
birthday.
On the record, outside the presence of all of the jurors.
Happy birthday. You look good.
To everyone who's celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people could have been with, but you chose to be with us. Privilege, pleasure, the honor is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy that we feel back to you, make your day a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes.
All we're doing, you're not in trouble. Everything's okay. I just need to make a record of anything that's unusual that happens during the trial in the event that one of the sides appeals it so that the Court of Appeals knows what we did here, okay? So that's why we just kind of make a record of these things.
Do we have a juror?
We had a full day of trial yesterday. I think we had 9 witnesses.
Actually, Judge, we
Free
have
pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn,
16
Waffle House,
witnesses
McDonald's, Tammy
yesterday.
Donuts House, Andy's
This
Grill, Bob
morning,
Evans,
Ms. Hutzel
and Cracker
indicated
Barrel
that she
for
was
everybody.
asking Mr. Logston, the bailiff, for a hearing device. Is that fair so far?
Yes.
Okay. Now I need to know: were there things yesterday
That she
that
could
you
not
missed and didn't hear because of this issue?
Actually, I thought of that, and I don't feel that I did miss anything.
Okay.
It's just I want it to be easy.
Hush.
Oh, I got you. That makes
trying to have
perfect
fun.
sense to me. I just want to make sure that you feel that you heard all of the testimony yesterday.
She says,
I feel that I did.
Okay.
She says
any
she heard
questions by
everything.
the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything?
Nothing.
Any further objections?
No, sir.
No.
All right, thank you. You can stay there. He's going to bring the rest of the jury in. Can you hear okay now?
Oh, yes.
Okay, great. Nice little devices, aren't they?
I didn't mean to cause a problem. She just asked for a little hearing assistance device on day
Are
2
you
of the
related
trial.
to Rachel?
Actually, she's my husband's cousin.
Okay.
Now we have an issue.
Okay, because I grew up in Maineville and was obviously knew the Hutzel family. Used to go to church with them at one time back in the day, all 20 of them.
Oh, it's amazing. Oh, such a big family.
Yeah.
All right, so sorry, missed the drum solo. I am so tired. I am so tired. Here comes the jury. It's like missing the birthday form. Yeah. Go valet in court today. Why didn't she say something yesterday? Seriously. Or during voir dire, you know? Why
Thank
not
you. Please be
let them
seated.
know immediately.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for running about 6 minutes late. I don't like to run late. Everyone was able to follow my instructions overnight, correct? Great. All right, Ms. Tranter, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State will call Stanford Williams.
We still haven't had. Oh, hang on, I'm blurry. Just tell me I'm blurry. There we go.
Yep, that's right. Chair, and ready. Mr. Logston's the bailiff. He's going to take it from here.
Ask you to step up, quickly, stand. Before you sit down, if you can stay standing, face me, raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you'll give in these proceedings to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Now, see, please.
This is
Water
his
if you need it, and that's a touchscreen.
dad, right?
All right. Good morning, sir.
No, this is his
we
boss.
could start off today by giving us your name, and if you could spell your first name for the court reporter, I'd appreciate that.
My name is Stanford Williams, and it's Stanford.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, you are joining us today. You are from California, correct?
Yes,
All right. That's where you currently reside.
I just got here, yeah.
Just got here. Flew in early this morning for us, so it's very early California time, so we
That's the
appreciate
peanut.
you being here. Tell us a little bit about yourself, Mr. Williams. How are you employed?
Yeah, so starting with I have to start with 2007, I started doing a lot of campaigning for Barack Obama, and I just got heavily into it, And after I was hired to work on the campaign, I then got to go work at a large company, Airbnb corporate, in their San Francisco location. So I kind of thought, this is kind of fun. I can do these jobs and do these, I was calling like political consulting type work. I've done it all over, from Washington State. I was in Maine, I was in Pennsylvania. I've done different campaigns. And this just happened to be gerrymandering here in Ohio. So they hired me to come organize the my turf, basically.
He called it gerrymandering?
To stop gerrymandering here in Ohio.
Okay, so we're talking
He's a little bit
end
biased,
of
do you think?
2023 into 2024 timeframe,
Right, yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
All right, and when you say they hired you, who was it that hired you?
AMT.
Okay, and what does AMT stand for?
It's oh my God, I just forgot what they're called.
That's okay. If I said advanced micro-targeting?
Advanced micro-targeting.
Is
yes,
that correct?
Yes,
All
that's
right.
what it is, yes.
And what exactly is advanced micro-targeting? What does that company do?
Yeah, they get lots of different, things that have to do with citizens, either ballots or, whatever's going on. Usually it's a big donor who will fund in the state. For instance, I did a grocery tax in Washington State, so I flew out and organized a bunch of people to get signatures to stop the grocery tax. It's the same kind of thing. So it could be any campaign in the United States that requires citizens to either put something on the ballot or, make an amendment to something like that. So that's what this happened to be. This was to, AMT was hired to, basically to get the redistricting on the ballot.
Okay, by gathering signatures
Right,
of registered
exactly.
voters, correct?
Yeah, mhm.
All right.
Correct.
How long did you work for AMT?
I'm thinking 5 to 6 months or something like that. It feels like it went on forever.
Okay.
Because that's all I do. They fly you in, they give you a hotel, give you a car, and you work all day, every day. So it feels like it goes on. I think it was about 6 or 7 months.
Okay. And how did you come to get that job? Is it something that you sought out, or is it this company somebody that sought you out?
Yeah, for this one, I saw something for it. But usually I have contacts with friends and people who are always doing something, so they kind of come look for me.
Okay, so your job was solely to work on this redistricting campaign and to gather signatures for AMT?
That's correct.
Okay, and how many of, approximately, if you know, are there other companies out there in existence other than AMT that do similar things?
Yeah, I've worked for a couple.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you have a guess as to how many are out there?
5 or 10.
5 to 10.
And the bigger the issue, the more money. These are like billionaires funding these projects. So
Funding these particular
right, exactly. You
companies.
go in, you hire a bunch of people,
He's
pay them
spilling
a
the
lot more
beans.
money than the minimum wage, and you go collect signatures.
Okay.
Spilling the beans about politics
And
here. Denise,
what
thank you
was
very
your
much.
specific job with AMT?
So I was hired as the field manager. I was initially in Columbus, and then as we were expanding, flying people in from all over the United States to come work for us. Some people were local. I had a local requirement. I think 50 or 60% of my staff had to be from local in the state or wherever that I'm in, and the rest could have flown in. So my job was to open the office, collect all of the booklets, pens, papers, basically get an office set up so that people can fly in from all over the United States to come work on the petition.
Okay. And where was advanced micro-targeting based out of?
They're in Texas. The company's in Texas.
Okay.
But like I say, they're all over
Sure.
Las Vegas and everywhere.
Okay. And were you living in California at that time?
No, I was living at that time in Washington State.
In Washington State. Okay. So you flew in, and for the 5 to 6 months, you were kind of residing here.
Mm-hmm.
You said initially in Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
And then did you move down to Warren County, or were
Yeah,
you staying?
I guess I still have the same car, but yeah, they found me another hotel close to where our new office would be, and met the manager at the office. They gave me the keys, and I went along with getting the office opened up.
Okay, and do you recall where that office was located?
In Blue Ash.
Okay. And how is it that you got your staff? How do people get to work for
I'm guessing
advanced
Craigslist.
microtargeting?
A couple of ways. I had a link that I could give to people to immediately go and if I talk to people on the street, hiring $20 an hour, and I would give them a link. The link would go to the company, and that person would express interest. And then once they went through background, and some of them had to have a motor vehicle report done for them. Once all that was done, they were then given to me for all of their training.
Okay. And let's talk about that. What is involved in the training for this
Olga, good
particular
morning.
So I'd get, one particular day I'd get 10 people would show up. And we would first explain what gerrymandering is and what's happening specifically in the state of Ohio. And we'd show them different maps and, what's going on. And basically getting them set up to go out and speak with people. After we would review the gerrymandering and what that is, we would talk about what my requirements were and then what they needed to do. I needed signatures from every county, so the only thing is that the person needed to be registered to vote, but they could live in any county. So we would have to first ask them, hello, are you registered to vote in Ohio? And they say yes. Would you like to sign my petition to stop gerrymandering? And they'd say yes. And then I say, okay, what county are you in? So then I give them whatever pamphlet I had for the specific counties.
Okay. Now, because this particular issue was a statewide issue, is that why you needed to get signatures from every county?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you were, you said field manager, but basically supervisor of a team, right?
Yeah.
And how many people were on your team when you were working on this? Approximately?
30 maybe, 30, maybe up to 40 people sometimes.
Okay. And was the defendant in this matter, Mr. Rouse, one of those people that were on your team?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how you first came to meet Mr. Rouse?
Yeah, he came to his initial training with the other new hires. And his situation was a little different because some people would fly in and I'd have to coordinate. There was a huge bunch of logistics and there were logistics people. But once they would fly in and be put at their hotel, I would find out where they're at, and then once they'd come to me, I would coordinate getting to them and getting them to the office, that sort of thing. It was a little bit different for X because he had his own vehicle. So when someone had their own vehicle, I could put a request in to do a driving background check on them, and then if they pass that, then I can hire them to actually be one of the drivers. So X had his own vehicle, and so I mostly didn't ride with him. Or coordinate with him. He wouldn't know where he wanted to go and that sort of thing. So he had a vehicle, so he was allowed to do a little bit things on his own.
Okay. Now, this training that you talked about, how long was the training that you did with your employees? Approximately.
45 minutes to an hour, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, there was some videos, and we do practice one-on-ones, and so it's probably about a good hour or so. Okay. And then they'd immediately go out after. So once we do our training, it was hands-on training. So you'd go out and start talking to people immediately.
Okay. And did the training take place at your office in Blue Ash?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Or Columbus.
Or Columbus. Okay. Now, you said that, let's talk about compensation. How were the people who were on the ground getting signatures, how were they compensated?
Yeah, everyone got paid for the day. So if everyone was supposed to be at the office in the morning at 8, our plan, we'd get on the road by 8:30. I would clock everyone in basically at 8 o'clock in the morning. At the end of the day, we would calculate their hours, and I had a sheet of what everybody worked that day. So it was everyone got paid for working. There was no signature collection quota or anything like that.
They weren't paid by the signature?
Not at all.
Okay.
None
Were they
of us
paid
were.
hourly or by the day?
It was hourly, $20 an hour is what it was.
Okay.
And then depending on how many hours they worked, as we worked longer, sometimes the days would get longer, so they get overtime. And I mean, I was salaried, so my pay didn't change. But for them, if they worked more, they'd get paid more for the day.
I want to ask him how much he got paid.
And is this a typical, what we would think of as a 9 to 5, 5 day a week, full-time, 40 hours a week job?
We worked 7 days a week.
You work 7 days a week?
We were our only mission was to get valid signatures so that we can get it to the ballot.
Okay. So at
7
what
days a
point
week?
then would somebody start earning overtime?
Let's say as we start getting later on into the campaign, we would realize, we're probably short some, 3,000 signatures in Montgomery. So some people were able to go work, do a night shift, for instance. If we knew that there was some event going on downtown in Cincinnati, which happened often, sometimes there are games and stuff, we would let people, 5 or 6 people go and work those events.
Sure.
There was a little bit of more technical because I needed all of the signatures back every day so that logistics could pick up all of the signatures. But we would coordinate it so that it would work.
Okay. So tell us what a typical workday looks like for someone who is working with you.
Yeah, so we always start at the office. Everyone meets at the office first. Sometimes, but if I had some other employees who had their own cars, they wouldn't necessarily need to drive back to me in Blue Ash if they were in Cincinnati, for instance, and an area that they were going to cover in Cincinnati. I would let them just go to that area instead of doing that hike. But once we would all get together, we would pair up with whoever was going to go where and that whole thing, and I would kind of have a discussion with them about what areas we needed to serve. If we were going to be working in libraries or something like that. And then everyone would go out and start collecting signatures. There was constant communication. How was it going? If it was a slow area, we'd get kicked out all the time. We'd go to the Walmart parking lot. Walmart would kick us out. We'd go to Home Depot. They'd kick us out. And then every now and then we'd go to a Kroger and they'd let us stand in front and have a great time, so talking to people. It was really kind of a lot of fun, just constantly talking to people. I would check in with people constantly through the day, because the whole idea was I was always coordinating with logistics to meet me at the office because we had to go through every single ballot signature, the packets, every day. So I needed to make sure we had everybody to make it back in time, go through all the packets, and then coordinate with logistics to take all of them with them. So it was constantly people being moved to different areas and moving different areas and getting kicked out. I'd probably have 4 people at a Kmart. They'd get kicked out at Kmart, and depending on where I was, because I was anywhere as well, along with them. I was never in the office. I was out in the field as well. So if I get a call that they were kicked out of a certain area, I'd sometimes go over and coordinate with them and, let's send you guys over here. Folks who have their own cars could coordinate, go somewhere else, but I'd have to go pick them up and move them around and always driving around and picking people up. It was always lots of moving parts.
Lots of moving parts.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was going
And
to
then the wrap up at the end of the day, we would all get together, and as people would come in, they'd bring their packets in, and we go through their packets to wrap up their day, and then they were free to go home for the rest of the day.
Okay. Now, you as the field manager, did you assign specific locations to the people who were going out to collect signatures?
Sometimes, like there were a couple of locations that were just really amazing. Certain libraries, people were very aware of what was going on and absolutely outside. And we didn't care if you were Democrat or Republican. We were trying to get something on the ballot. So we didn't really have that discussion. But we ran into a lot of people who were, oh, no, I'm for it. I'm for leaving everything the way it is. The Republicans are controlling the districts, and we're going to leave it the way it is. So they were, I'm not interested in signing. But a lot of people would sign, and so it was a lot of, sort of that communicating with people, being yelled at, being kicked out, being called names.
Had to have kind of a tough skin at times, right?
Without a doubt.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So when you are out there communicating, and just to be clear, in addition to being a field manager and supervising these people, were you actually on the ground too collecting signatures?
Yeah, I had a small quota,
Okay.
but I also had I had a higher validity, which probably you haven't gone into that, but I had a higher validity rate number than the staff did.
we went into
Mine
that.
was 85%. Theirs was like 70%. So I was always looking at validity reports. If things are going wrong, oh, maybe you should don't go to that place. You should start going over here. Having people go to different locations because we were finding that sometimes the people were lying, for instance.
Yeah, what do you mean by validity? Can you explain that?
So, in a nutshell,
Luca, thank you, OG.
AMT and maybe some other companies, I'm not sure exactly who all had done it, but they had attempted to get signatures previously, but all of the, I think something like 300,000 signatures were thrown out because of all kinds of problems. So we had to do this right. I mean, it just had to be done right. We had no room for error because we were obviously trying to get this onto the ballot. And so we kind of had to sort of navigate through that, making sure that we were getting signatures, but the validity rate, so about 3 days later, AMT would give me, there was this long report, AMT would give me the validity, it had it had everybody's information. It still exists too, I actually still have access to the document, but so it would have everyone's information, and so if I would go and turn in, for myself, let's say it's me, I turn in 25 signatures, if 25 of them were perfect and they were valid and the people existed and everything looked right, then I'd have 100% validity. But sometimes we'd find that, sometimes it was simple that somebody probably didn't sign the affidavit. And so we just marked them off. And so the validity rate is just how many useful signatures we could turn into the state is what it meant.
Theoretically, that would count towards a signature, that would count towards the number that was the ultimate goal to put this issue on the
That's
ballot.
exactly right.
Is that right?
And AMT was ensured that we erred on the side of caution. If something looked wrong, I could just cross it out. For instance, X wasn't able to really do anything to the document other than sign it. But when I would go over it with them, if I saw, let's say, what was sometimes kind of common, a wife would fill out her information and fill out her husband's information, and then she'd have the husband sign it. I just take off both signatures because each person had to put their own information.
Okay.
And if it's something that I could obviously note, I would cross it off because there's no reason to turn it in because it would ding it would ding the person who was getting the signatures. It would screw up their validity. So anything I could do on my side to ensure that I got all the signatures, that the names looked right, the signatures didn't look similar. Anything I could do to look at it, to cross it off, to make sure it was a good signature, I was able to do that.
The signatures didn't look similar?
How did the petitions get in the blank, I'm assuming, at the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Petitions get in the hands of the circulators.
Yeah, so every day, not every day, but they would show up every day, but the logistics team would drop off just boxes and boxes of blank petitions.
Okay, and the logistics team from AMT, are
AMT
you
logistics,
referencing?
yes.
Okay.
And so I would, in the back office, I'd have 20 boxes of blank signatures. Every morning, a group of us would get together and put, these are Warren County, these are Montgomery County. We divide, enough for the counties because each signature had to be from that specific county.
So initially, they were labeled by county.
No, they were all blank.
They were all blank.
You would write on the top left corner if it was Warren County, for instance, or Bucks or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is it right here. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to throw up States Exhibit number 1 just so we can see what we're talking about here. And up there on the top left-hand corner is Warren County, right?
So, yeah, it's kind of important to note that the only thing we would let the petitioners do on this document is write what county they were, those signatures in that packet was for.
Okay.
So you wouldn't have a packet, and that would also happen. Let's say someone would hand me a packet that had Warren and Montgomery County. Anything on there that said Montgomery County that was on a Warren would be wiped. I'd have to cross them out. They were no good. They were the wrong county.
So the person gathering the signatures then fills in.
That's the
county.
only thing they can touch. They cannot do anything else.
All right, how about this number right
They
here?
would never do that.
Do you know where that number comes
I
from?
don't even know what that number is, honestly.
Okay, that's not something that you dealt with in your capacity, correct?
Not at all.
Okay, all right. So let's talk specifically about Mr. Rouse. You said that at times you would assign locations or talk about, what locations are good. How about with him? Did you assign him locations?
Not so often. I mean, he lives here. He knows the area. He'd actually worked for AMT previously.
Okay.
So he knew what the job was. He kind of understood it. So I had no problem with him getting signatures. I mean, it was all based on his validity. If the validity came back bad, then I'd have to have a conversation with him.
Okay, so he had kind of free reign to go to locations that he thought was best.
Yeah,
Is that fair?
most people who had their own car, a couple of them are popping in my head, who had their own car, we would discuss areas, but, because sometimes they get to a place and it'll be very slow and like, oh, where else could I go? But for the most part, they could decide, but we would always discuss where they were going.
Now, the people that had their own car, did they receive more compensation than people who did not have their own car?
Yeah, I think it was $1 or $2 more.
Okay,
I
to
don't
cover like
remember.
gas money and
Yeah.
mileage, that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And how about when people get sent out or when people go out to get signatures, is there a requirement that AMT had that they were paired up with somebody?
You didn't have to be paired up.
Okay, you could go out on your own
Mhm.
and do it
Yeah,
by
I had
yourself?
several people who were very successful. I mean, they would have sometimes their validity would be bad, and I said, okay, don't go there anymore. But for the most part, the people with their own car who I didn't pair, so a couple of things. If I had more people, I have to pair people up. Sometimes I had a van, so I could take 7 or 8 people to one place or 2 or 3 places together. But when people had their own car and they kind of knew the area, I gave them free reign to, get the signatures. I'd find out later if it was a bad idea or not, so.
Okay. All right, so let's talk about the end of a workday. So we kind of discussed how the beginning of a workday, everybody comes to the office, they get their petitions, they go about their day, getting signatures, whatnot. At the end of the day, tell me what happens.
Yeah, it's a funny memory came to mind. Some
Yes,
people
please tell us a
prefer
story.
to do their petition work in private. They didn't, so I make sure I take them to the back and we set them up. How did the day go? How's everything going? How was it? We kind of have that. And as they're talking, I'd start flipping through the pages.
Okay, so by private, you mean away from the other
Exactly.
circuit
Yeah, some
leaders.
people didn't felt like they were being chastised in public, but it was never anything like that. It was just, hey, you forgot a signature, kind of thing.
Okay, all right, so what would you as the field manager do if at the end of the day, somebody's giving you a petition? Tell
Yeah,
me,
so
walk
they
me
would
through what
they
you
would come in usually with 5 or 6 books from different counties of people that they would met, and we'd sit across from each other, and I'd start flipping through, looking for anything that immediately stood out. Oh, it's Warren. Yes, it's Warren. The city. Yes, the city. The signature. Yes, the date. Like just checking those kinds of things. If something didn't look right, they were not allowed to touch this document unless I specifically was standing with them and instructed them, okay, do this or do that. Sign your name here. And they weren't even signing the back page until we were finished. So we would literally just start going through each signature, making sure everything looked fine, making sure the packet was ready to give to get the packets ready for pickup.
Okay, so you're looking for really glaring errors.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Like if somebody wrote the wrong date, would that be a glaring error for you?
Yeah, it was a glaring error, but we had ways around that because if it was within the same packet, we wanted them to all be for one day. But like I said previously, sometimes we do things in the evenings. So any ones that I would get back from that night, I would kind of separate it for the logistics team so they can see that these were yesterday's because they all had the date from yesterday, and we tried to keep them by day.
Okay. And obviously, if you're coming across a name that, say somebody signed Donald Duck or Mickey Mouse, Would that have been a?
Cross it out.
That's crossing out, okay. And by crossing out, do you mean literally putting an X through?
We would invalidate that box. I think there were 25 per pack.
Okay.
And, I would always.
Are they allowed to
Just
do
put
that?
a big X through it saying.
Didn't
nope.
hurt anyone. It was better to know ahead of time than be told by logistics. They did not play around. They had a sharper eye than us.
Okay. When you sent
It's crazy business.
people out to get signatures, did you provide a list of the registered voters and addresses in the particular county?
Never. I wouldn't even know where to get that stuff from. We needed real live people, human data.
Okay, so you have never pulled a registered voter list for a job?
No,
Never provided one to Mr. Rouse?
never.
Okay.
I wouldn't even know where to go.
Where to go to get that
it.
information?
Yeah.
Okay,
The problem is also you need a signature.
you do need a
So,
signature, correct,
I mean, that's one of the first things I'd always look for is similarities of signatures, similarities of, handwriting. If it stood out, something was wrong with it.
Okay, and by similarities, what are you comparing?
Each person, so like the example I gave of the husband and wife, if the wife would fill it out and the husband would sign, I would see that it was the wife's handwriting that filled it out, but it was a different signature that signed it because it's just things you could just tell. And so I just cross it off.
Automatically cross it off.
Yeah, automatically, right?
Okay. So let's start by going through some documents here. So I'm going to start with Exhibit 1. We've already got that. And you recognize that document?
I mean, yeah, not specifically that one, but yes.
Okay. But this is representative of a petition
Absolutely.
that you were working on,
Absolutely,
correct?
yeah.
Okay. And I'm going to flip to the final page of this document where you've got a statement of circulator, correct?
Yep.
All right. And you recognize the name on that document?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is this one of the petitions that the defendant submitted to you?
It looks like it would be.
Okay. All right.
I want to make a note that I would be holding this packet until I would give it to the petitioner.
Okay.
And I'd say, okay, we would confirm you have 33 signatures, put your name. We would literally go line by line to make sure everything was filled out right.
Okay. And there's a bunch of pages in the middle, obviously, with a bunch of signatures.
Right.
And addresses and names and whatnot. So, and other than these check marks that are on the side.
Those are probably mine.
Which are not yours, I will tell you that.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Those were probably mine.
Those are notations that
They're
were
not
made
yours.
later.
Okay,
But
good.
other than that, this packet was presented to you by the defendant, correct? All right. So when you say you went line by line checking signatures, you're going, I've been calling them boxes,
Yeah,
really.
that makes sense, yeah.
Because if you look up there, it says box 1, box
Yeah.
2, box 3. Okay. So walk us through what you would have done.
So I would look at I would look
No,
at.
you're fine. That's a touch
I would look
screen,
at
so,
number
yeah.
1, check the name. I would make sure that it said, I would flip to the front, make sure it was Warren County. Yes, it's Warren County, to make sure the name matched what the packet said. And then I just do a cursory look to make sure there was a signature, make sure there was a date for the day, and that there was, as legible as I could, an address.
Okay. And did you make any effort to verify a correct address, or did you just
Never.
kind of?
Yeah, there would be no way to verify. I mean,
Okay.
we're meeting random people. There would be no way to know who was who.
Okay.
So
When people come up to sign these petitions, when you're out in the field, do you ask them for identification?
never.
Okay.
I don't think we can. We're just asking them. We're asking registered voters to sign the petition to get a ballot initiative on, so that they would vote on it.
Okay.
So
And this may seem like an odd question, but in your experience, when people come up to sign your petitions, if you're in the field, is it common for somebody to maybe have a paper or have their phone in front of them and have to look up their address?
it's
and
happened.
sign?
Sometimes people, we get a lot of times we'd have people, we were in Warren County, people would drive in from Montgomery County to do whatever they're doing. And so sometimes they'd have a different address. It's happened not a lot, but I remember times where someone had moved and forgot their address or something like that, so they checked.
Like during a recent
not
move
enough.
or
Yeah, but
maybe
not
a recent
enough
marriage, something like that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sometimes they didn't know what county they were in too, so they would, say, "Oh yeah, well, what county is that?" Because they would move, kind of thing.
Okay,
Because
gotcha.
we needed to know what county they were in.
Obviously, because that's one of your main points that you got to find out, right? Okay, so you're going through each of these pages, is that correct?
Correct.
Checking for errors, and are you counting the number of signatures on this
Counting
document?
the ones that weren't voided out.
That you did not X out, correct?
Exactly.
All right, so we get to the final page, and you're sitting with Mr. Rouse. Tell me what this final page looks like at this point.
Yeah, so initially there's absolutely nothing on it. I would still have the packet in my hand. I would go 1, 2, 3, I'd count, and then I turn the paper over, give it to X and say, okay, sign everything had to be right. There was no room for error. Because they would send them back to me, and then that was even more embarrassing. So they would put their name on top. I would tell them how many packets were valid that day. If it was 33, it was 33, and then I'd make sure their name was right. One important thing here was that your name had to represent the address, and address had to represent what AMT had on file for you. So I couldn't, when I did it, I had to put my Washington State address, because I lived in Washington. I couldn't put my temporary address here, for instance, because that's not my
your
address.
permanent address.
So everyone had to put their address on it, and once they do that, we put the AMT stamp, the Advanced Micro-Targeting stamp on there.
The one there.
I would put the stamp, make sure, I would always do the stamp, yes. So they would put their name, I would confirm the number, I would put the stamp, and then they would go through and put their actual address.
So all of this handwriting information was provided by Mr. Rouse.
That's
put on
correct.
this document by
And
Mr.
that was the only thing they were allowed to touch on that document.
Okay, after it got in your possession.
That's correct.
Okay, so for instance, this one, you verified that there were 33 valid signatures in your.
From what I can tell, yeah.
From what you could tell. Let's say you had gone through and found 3 glaring errors on this particular
Cross them
petition.
out.
You crossed them out.
And omit
Would that
them.
number have still been 33?
No, it would be whatever the corrected number is.
Okay,
And they would send this, if we said it was 30, but it was really 33, they'd send those books back to me, and I'd have to chase the signer and get them to fix it.
Meaning advanced micro-targeting.
Advanced micro-targeting would, if I put 33 but there's only 30, advanced micro-targeting would send it back to me with the logistics guy. I'd go through it, figure out what was wrong, and say, oh, it's really 31, for instance. And then I'd go to X and say, okay, X, put a cross, put your initials, put the actual number, and then give the book back to me.
Okay, all right, so you witnessed him affixing his signature to this document?
Every time, yeah.
Okay, all right, and we're gonna go through a couple more petitions, and we're gonna do State's Exhibit number 2. You recognize that document?
Yes.
Okay, same petition, correct?
Yes.
All right, and would you have performed the same analysis on this particular
And
document?
this is the example, yes, where we
Okay.
just cross it
All
out.
right, and this top one here that one is X'd out.
It says, I don't remember what would you mind going back to, this is still the Warren?
Yes, these are all Warren
so
County,
just from
actually.
habit, I just noticed that if you look at the first one, it says Lebanon. Well, it does say Warren County, though.
It does
yeah,
say Warren
yeah.
County.
So what would have been, I'm not sure why this one would have been wrong, but
So when I look at this document, I'm gonna point something out to you, and you tell me if this would have been something that would have invalidated a signature, okay? I want you to look at the date on this particular one versus the date on some of these other signatures. Do you notice a difference?
yes.
Okay, what's the difference?
Someone put it looks like 2023.
2023.
And this happened a lot because we were here over the year was changing.
Right? I know I'm still writing 2025 on some of my documents, right? So this one is January 4th, actually.
Right.
All the way on
in
January 6th, you're still writing
2023, but
2025?
It was actually done in 2024, right?
Yeah,
Is that
those-
something that would have you would have considered an invalid signature.
I would have to wipe it out. Yeah.
Okay, so more likely than not, you're the one that crossed that out.
Probably.
Okay.
It vaguely seems familiar. So.
Okay. All right, so, but you would have gone through this document in States Exhibit 2 the same way you did States Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes.
Checking all these signatures in the presence of Mr. Rouse?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and we get to the last page, which
Oh
is...
yeah, and that's my initial there, SW. So the stamp had to be perfect. Everything had to be perfect, and the stamp was kind of weird. So if when you stamp it, wasn't in the right place, you could cross it out and move it further down, and that's what I did in that
Okay,
case.
yeah, it looks like it kind of got stamped into
Yeah,
the last line
and that
there.
SW, that's my signature at the end there. So it tells me that I did that.
Okay, and all, other than the stamp, all of the handwriting on this document, was that filled out by Mr. Rouse?
Correct.
In your presence?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and same with the signature?
Correct.
This page was initially blank and he signed it in front of you, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Okay, now we're gonna look at States Exhibit number 3, which is another example of the same petition, correct?
Yes.
All right, and would you have used the same techniques and process to evaluate the signatures on this document?
Correct.
Okay, gone through page by page, in Mr. Rouse's presence?
Yes.
All right, and we get to the final page, which is the statement of the circulator. All right, and was this page blank when he gave it back to you?
Yep.
Okay, and the handwriting on this page was filled out by him?
Correct.
And that was done in your presence?
Yes.
Filled out by Mr. Rouse?
Yes.
All right.
Who's the dude in back
sign
there?
this document as well?
And I will admit that sometimes I will put the number. I wouldn't say it's 35. I would put the number.
Okay, the
myself.
number up here?
Yeah.
Okay. How about the name? Would you write that or?
Never.
Does he
I
write that?
couldn't. It had to be the petitioner. Yeah.
Even the printed name has to be
Yeah.
the petitioner?
They have. Yeah. I couldn't do that.
Okay, so is it fair to say the only thing on this page that you are allowed to potentially fill out is the number?
Correct.
Okay.
So he knows the rules pretty well. Sounds like he follows them.
And if we could go to States Exhibit number 4. And States Exhibit 4 is another petition for the same issue?
Yes.
All right, and would you have used the same techniques on States Exhibit number 4 to examine these signatures?
Yes.
And we go to the final page on
This
this
guy's a
one,
willing witness.
which again is the statement of the circulator. Is this statement of the circulator, is that affixed to all the petitions that you
Yes.
deal with? Okay.
Absolutely.
Same language?
Exact same language.
Okay. And was this page blank when he first gave you back the petitions?
Yep.
Okay. And you went over them with him, counted the number, and did he fill out his name,
Yes.
sign his name in your presence?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
It looked like a full book. It was 35 signatures, and it looked good. So.
Okay.
Looked
All
good.
right, and the last one I'm going to show you is States Exhibit number 5. This one doesn't have quite as many, but is this an example of the petitions that he turned into you?
Yes.
All right. And would you have gone over the same, using the same techniques and process to evaluate the signatures?
Yes.
Okay.
I remember these. This one was wet, I think.
You remember this one?
I think
Yeah.
it was wet.
Oh, okay. Okay. So maybe kind of like down here where it was kind of
Mhm.
smudged a little bit?
Yeah.
This one was
Okay.
wet.
Yeah, we got on
We-
them
we
about
prefer the word
that to
damp,
protect
sir.
these things.
Yeah.
We have to protect them.
It looks like these were filled out on December 22nd of 23.
Mhm.
And we'll go to the last page, statement of circulator. Again, this page was blank when he returned it to you?
Yes.
Okay, and was it filled out in your presence?
Yes, it was.
All right, and the signature was affixed there in your
Yep.
presence?
Yep.
All right. Mr. Williams, do you see the person in the courtroom who you've been discussing? I believe you've referred to him as X.
Yes.
And the person who signed all those documents, you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you tell me where he's seated and what he's wearing today, please?
Did he sign them as
Seating-
X?
Seated right here.
Okay, and just kind of describe his clothing.
He's got a jacket with a sweater. It looks like.
Identifying the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so at the end of the day, you said somebody from logistics picks up these petitions after you've reviewed them.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so they come to to your office to do that?
Yes.
Okay, what happens from there?
They take all of them, and then, it took about a week or so before the numbers start popping up, but I would live in the validity report. Making sure, everyone's doing what they needed to do, and, that kind of stuff. So I'd be checking the validity. Oftentimes, though, some things would come back, or I'd have conversations about, someone's validity had gone down to 66% or 60%. Obviously, I'd have to have conversations with people. Where are you going? Don't go there anymore. A few times I'd go with them, see what they were doing, making sure you got to make sure you find out the person's registered to vote. You have to find out what kind, just kind of reviewing those basics. And that's how it would unfold. Sometimes there was no issue. But like I said, we would sometimes get the packets back that needed to be fixed.
Okay. And you said, what was the expected validity rate for?
70%.
70?
For me, it
So he's
was
getting
80 or 85%, I think. We had no room for error.
Okay.
And for the staff, it was like
15%.
70%.
Okay.
Anything under 70%, I needed to have a conversation.
Okay. And did you ever have to have a conversation with Mr. Rouse about validity?
Yeah, I remember actually the first time I said something, and I remember asking, well, your validity is horrible. And we get on the sheet and start looking at and it would have all kinds of numbers, something to kind of help direct you to what was possibly wrong. Mm-hmm. And so we had that conversation about where he had gone, and I remember he went there a number of times, and I remember having a conversation with him that maybe you shouldn't go there anymore because the validity was coming back with really bad numbers. And I don't know if the people were lying about where they were from, but something was coming back bad.
Okay. Do you remember what location those bad numbers were coming back from?
I don't know the exact locations, but I know a couple of them were dispensaries.
Okay, like marijuana dispensaries?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry.
And
He was standing outside the weed shop.
what, did he have any response to those
People were getting their address
conversations
wrong.
about validity?
Well, it was one of those conversations where, are you asking the right questions? Give me an idea. But then, we go, he and I had gone out together too. He seemed to be on it, like on top of it, moving fast and getting signatures. And so I was really impressed with the work he was doing. I never questioned it that way. Mm-hmm. And, sometimes people would have a bad validity from a location or something. So I never put it on him like it was something he was specifically doing until they called me and told me to let him go.
Okay. Were you, so you were approving of his work at the times that you were with him?
Yes.
How many times do you think that you went out with him specifically?
5 or 6 maybe,
5 or 6?
I would think.
Okay. And you personally didn't observe anything while you were there?
No, I mean, we were all hustling,
Okay.
trying to catch people, and
Sure.
You registered to vote, you want to sign
like a
my
brownie?
petition.
Okay. And you just said that somebody contacted you and told you to let him go.
Yeah, well,
Who
at this
contacted you,
well,
do you
yeah,
know?
at this point, I had conversation with logistics because you're telling me that he's doing things wrong, but he also used to work for the company before, and this has happened before. So, why did you give this person? Not judging him, but why are you giving me this person if you had him before and you had a similar issue? So they just started making me kind of bringing him in a little bit, and he was with me. I remember probably feels like the last couple of times he and I worked more together instead of on his own. And then, yes, they called and said, they called me, whatever you're doing, stop doing it, call X, fire him, and then call us right back. Okay. It's exactly what they told me to do. And
okay.
So,
and did you do so?
Yes.
Okay. And did he have any response when you contacted him?
Well, I'm a professional guy, but I'm also a human being. Like, hey, what's going on? What were you doing? What's going on here? So we kind of had like a personal a conversation about, what's going on here? Do you know what you could have been doing? Like, why am I being forced to fire you? And he was actually, I remember his reaction. He was also kind of upset because he was like, I used to work for the company. I worked here before. So it wasn't like he was new to what was going on. But we did have that conversation that I think this was also an issue before for him. So it wasn't the first time, which was what had me kind of frustrated. You know, you give me someone who you let go, like how could he have the job again? You know?
Okay.
So.
And you had
Tarnishing our
testified
name.
previously that you think you worked about 5 to 6 months with AMT on this project?
It was probably longer. I don't really remember.
Can't really remember. Okay. Do you currently still work with AMT?
If they were to call me I actually had a conversation with one of the guys.
The big boss.
His name is Zach. To see what was coming up.
Okay.
Because they could easily call me up and have me go to Las Vegas or, you know, usually go to one of the bellwether states, you know, a purple state.
Sure. Okay. All right.
And
This guy's straight
do
politics.
some work. So it could happen. They could call me tomorrow, you know, for a midterm issue coming up.
Okay. So you're still in contact with
Oh
people
God,
there?
yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Still have a good relationship with them?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Didn't leave on bad terms?
No,
anything like
not
that?
at all. No, I left. I was finishing grad school, and so I went to finish that last few weeks of school.
Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Williams, I don't think I have any further questions for you at this point. So thank you, and I will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
Probably have some good questions here. If not, I think the jury might have a few this morning.
Morning, Mr. Williams.
Hello there.
Hello there.
My name's Jonathan Gibbs. I'm attorney for the defendant, Mr. Rouse, and just have some questions here for you to go through. Is your flight good coming out?
Yeah.
Glad to hear it. So, who are you currently employed with?
I work for the Los Angeles School District. I'm a substitute. I'm finishing my MBA right now. I decided to go back and get another master's, and I'm subbing as a substitute teacher for the Los Angeles School District.
Okay. Do you have any other employment beside that at this point, or is that?
Not right now, no.
Okay. Well, congratulations on going back for more education.
Yeah.
For sure. That's great. You mentioned earlier, and again, forgive me if I try not to be repetitive, but sometimes inevitably I'll ask you the same thing. So forgive me in advance for that, please. But how long did you work for Advanced Micro Targeting?
I think it was about 6 months is what I'm guessing, because I remember I started in the winter. It was very cold here, very cold last year or 2 years ago. And I remember because I put a picture on Twitter of the wind and the snow blowing and got a lot of hits from it. So, and then we were sent home for Christmas, and then I went back. So I'm thinking it was about 6 months, up to something like 6 months.
And that was for this issue, right?
For gerrymandering, yes.
Okay. And did you ever work for AMT for any other issue?
Nope.
Okay, so this was your sole employer-employee relationship with AMT?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, earlier, I believe you mentioned you were salary from AMT, is that correct?
How much did you earn?
Okay. Did your financial compensation, was there any type of a bonus possible to be earned, or any type of, I don't know, profit sharing or anything to that?
Yeah, there was on top of my salary. If we would get so many signatures that were all at a 75 or something % validity, we would get an extra bonus at the end, which we did. I remember I did get something.
Okay. And
over Christmas.
And just to be clear, the circulators that are getting the petitions, they didn't receive a bonus or any financial benefit from the number. Is that correct?
No, they just got their hourly pay.
Okay, so they would be paid hourly whether they got really large number or relatively smaller.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
But you would get a bonus
but
off their work.
You would get a lecture from me if you were out all day and came back with 12 signatures.
Oh, only makes sense.
I mean, what were you doing all day? You know, kind of conversation.
You mentioned kind of working in this political consultant field. How many other issues have you worked on, if you can recall off the top of your head?
About 4 different issues.
Okay.
And I also worked on political campaigns. I worked for Hillary Clinton. I was sent to Maine. For Obama, I was sent to Pennsylvania. For Biden, we worked from home, but I did voter protection for Biden from home.
Okay, so you
trained volunteers and got them ready to work in the voter
This man's been in the
precincts.
trenches.
You've kind of worked all over, pretty wide range of experience,
Yeah.
fair to say.
Yeah,
And have you ever been registered as a lobbyist or anything along those lines?
I'm not a lobbyist.
Okay.
For the
Great.
question.
Now, I believe earlier you gave testimony to having about, for this specific issue, about 30 to 40 employees. Does that sound right?
Yeah, they would, yeah. It would, yeah, so, it depends on who came. People would sometimes get frustrated. We'd have conversations about validity. Sometimes people wouldn't show up because of the cold. I mean, some days were very cold. But for the most part, people were working, so it was, sometimes up to 40 people.
Okay. And were you the sole individual responsible for training that staff, or was there anyone
In my office, yes. I trained all of the staff that worked out of my office, but some of the staff have been transferred from the Columbus office. Columbus was sort of like the receiving. When people would fly in from literally all over the United States, they would start off in Columbus. And I started off in Columbus as well. And then all of the managers were all branched out to different counties. So then I was branched out to my office here, and then I started training everyone. But so.
Okay. And I think you'd mentioned the term turf, or your, assigned area or location. What was your turf, so to speak?
Warren County, Montgomery County, I mean, it was huge. I mean, I had, I was responsible for probably about 8 to 10 counties that were sort of nearby me. But that was one of the issues with the redistricting that, so I could get people from anywhere, really. We needed people from all over, but I think I had about 10 turfs that I was really more focused on. And in the office, when you come in, I had a thing up that actually had what my requirements were, that people could kind of take a look at it, what the areas were, about how many signatures we needed for each location. I put that up on the office so people could see it.
And these turfs would all be kind of in this general southeast Ohio region?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, and again, back to that question, if I'm understanding correctly, you were the only one who trained the employees?
Once we got to my office, yes, but there were, AMT actually had, AMT has staff too, my bosses. And later, as we got later in the gerrymandering case, I mean, the issue that we were going on, one of my bosses, actually, I think both of them ultimately end up coming to Warren County. But while we were really just functioning, it was my office, it was my staff, and I trained anytime people would sign up to come work for us, I trained them that day.
So why did the boss and them come to Warren County? Was there any particular reason?
As you start getting closer to the end, I think July 3rd or 2nd was our file date. And so as you start getting closer to the file date, you want to make sure you're getting all the signatures. Everybody's hustling. And we had one person who was a hustler. She would easily get 100 signatures a day. I mean, she'd be running around chasing people. It's kind of scary, actually. She freaked me out personally. Because I was like, I mean, a black man, I can't just run up to people like that, but she did it very freely, and she would get a lot of signatures, so she would come out and try to help rally the troops, and, she also had a car, so we work on going different locations, that kind of stuff.
And to your knowledge, did this issue succeed?
We did, yes.
Hang on a second.
I don't know what the
You talking about the ballot initiative?
Yes, sir.
Overruled. Go, you can answer.
Yes, we did get it on the ballot.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, we had more than enough signatures that were validated, so yeah, we did do it.
Now, we spoke earlier, you mentioned the average validity rate, and I believe you said somewhere in the 70 to 85%. Is that correct?
For staff, it was 70%. The minimum, the lowest they could go was 70%. Anything but lower than 70, I'd have to have a conversation with them and retrain or spend time with them.
So am I understanding this correctly? Please correct me if I'm wrong here. So out of 10 just random signatures for a regular staff member, 7 of them are going to be, or at least 7 are going to be valid on average.
They should be.
After a validity check.
They should be, yeah.
Okay. So it wasn't uncommon to have inaccurate information provided on on the petitions.
Yeah, I fired several people, at least maybe 6 or 7 other staff who had their validity was messed up, and they were just sent home.
You'd mentioned a few times that a circulator never writes on the packet other than that certification page, signature and information, correct?
And the front page.
And in the front page.
Yeah, they can write what county they were working for that packet, and they would sign at the end with me.
And what would happen if a circulator wrote on a packet?
I mean, if I knew what they were doing, I would just void out whatever, if I don't know, let's say, actually this happened once. A circulator, I think she wrote the date or something on there, and I said, no, you can't write anything, and I just crossed it out. I mean, why? We had no room for a risk, and I didn't want anybody to get in trouble.
So it was pretty clearly stated to the employees, hey, everybody was aware of this. It was real crystal clear.
Yeah,
right?
we talked about it all. It was a part of our conversation, your validity. Your validity. We've checked your validity. Can you check my validity, please? It was constant conversation.
Absolutely. So, you'd mentioned as far as once the packets have gone through the validity check, that they were picked up then. Is that
Correct.
accurate?
Every
Were they
day.
always picked up in person?
Every day, the logistics guy would come pick them up. He would drive to all of the offices, local, sometimes 2 or 3 hours to get to us to pick them up. They were picked up every single day. Every day, they were all picked up.
Where would they go from there?
They would go to wherever the validity people were. I mean, I don't know exactly where they were, but it was about 4 of them, and wherever they were, they stayed on top of it.
$20 an hour for the bottom people.
So, and again, just imagining an average day during the course of this issue, and circulators going out, coming back in. Just say hypothetically, this is Mr. Rouse coming in. He brings you his packet. Can you walk me through just a little bit of what process would happen once he's handed you the document?
Yeah, so usually everyone would start getting back together, and I take them one by one to the back office, and we start, a little powwow. How did it go? What was the day like? How you doing? That kind of thing. How you feeling? And then, I'd start going through and auditing the packet. Once we finish auditing the packet and confirming the number, I flip the page over, give it to the person to sign their name and their information. And then I get all the packets, put them all together, and off they go.
And for your office, were you the only one performing these audits?
No. Yes, for the most part, but like I said, later on, some other field managers would come to my location. As we were getting closer to the end, it would ramp up a lot. But I also have fond memories of being in Columbus, where there were about 4 or 5 of us checking signatures in the Columbus office, because that's where we were. There were probably 100 people in 12 different hotels. And so I was one of the managers. All of the managers who would eventually go out to our individual turf would all be together, sitting at the table, having each person come up, and we check their packets.
Now, am I understanding correct? Are you saying that you would be checking another manager's packets?
No.
Just you were together?
Yeah. There would be 5 managers in the office. We'd all be sitting at the table, and we'd have each person would come in with all of their packets. The person would come to me, and we'd go through it. Someone would go to one of the other managers. The managers were the ones who always checked the packets every day at the end of the day. And sometimes there were probably 5 of us. At that point, we're all still together. We hadn't branched out yet. So, but once I branched out to my location, then it was usually just me.
And about how long would these audits take?
We were trying to get people out for the day. So 10, 15 minutes, no more than that, for each person. Depends on how many packets they had that day too. Sometimes there would be a full packet with only one name on it, from Bucks County or somewhere, I don't know. And then some of them would have full 35 signatures on them.
Okay, so the employee would be waiting.
They'd be working. Yeah, they would all be waiting until it was their turn.
Were the employees paid for that waiting time?
Yes, I had to pay them.
Okay, I assume so, but I just. So following the final signature on the last page by the circulator, does the circulator have any further input or any further decision-making authority concerning that packet, or is it kind of out of their hands?
Neither I didn't, and neither. I mean, we were both bound by the requirements to make sure we did it right. So once they finished, and then once I finished, we handed them over, and we start looking for validity.
Yeah, and I didn't ask that well. I was meaning as far as, so petitioner goes out, gathers signatures, okay? They turn them in, goes through the initial audit, performed probably by you, if not another manager. Then there's a number, which, if I'm understanding your testimony correctly, either you typically wrote in the number saying, 25, just hypothetically, or 10 or whatnot. But I think you said sometimes the petitioner could write in that number. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, the way it would, just kind of think of it as, the ones that were a little more complicated, you'd be counting, making sure they were right. I never did it without the signature, the person there, because we were together. But once I count, I think a few times I just write the number in there so that I wouldn't forget the number. Or I'd say, okay, yeah, put 12 here or whatever.
So after the numbers there, initial audit's been done, circulator signs it. Do they ever see that packet again or have anything else to do with that specific packet?
Only if they would send the packet back to me, which happened all the time. Sometimes they would put the wrong address. Sometimes you couldn't read. I think I even did it a couple of times. I didn't put they couldn't read my address or something. And so they'd send the ones that needed to be audited back to me. I'd get a hold of the person who's it belonged to. We'd go over the detail. Okay, edit this, and then I put it right back in the packet and send it back out again.
Okay. Now the initial audit by a manager, is there any technology used for that?
Nope. Not at all. It's all visual, looking for what stands out, looking for errors, dates, signatures, no signatures. Oh, the counties have to be right. I think one of the biggest reasons why we have to cross off names is because someone would sign that they were in Montgomery County, but they were really in, the book actually was a Warren County.
Now, am I understanding correctly as well that that's not the only, for lack of, verification or validation check AMT did? Was there some form of additional check that would happen after it had gone from you guys out?
I have to be honest, there was always this mystery about what Validity was doing. I would talk with them sometimes, and they would say how good they were at it and how they could spot the errors better than anyone else. And so any conversation with them was as if they were super people who could point things out better than other people, because they were the ones who were checking validity. I honestly don't know what they did to check the validity, to be honest.
So would you know if they had like handwriting experts or not?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. But you do know they claimed that there was some additional level after you guys
without a doubt
turned it over to the company.
Without a doubt, every time.
And then once a petition had gone through these two, kind of overviews, then it would be turned into wherever its end result was.
Right, and then I would know because I would get a report. It was kind of like not like an individual report for myself, but I'd be watching the number because, it's, at the end of the day, it's all the numbers. I'd see that the numbers were going up.
Okay.
So I'd say, after a week, I think like 2 or 3 days, my validity report would come up. Maybe 2 or 3 days later, I'd see what my total signatures, the total signatures that we had collected. that were valid.
But just to be clear, so the petitioner they'd be present, but they wouldn't be involved in the validation check, or would they?
Oh, none of us were, we hand them all over.
I'm sorry, I said validation check, in the initial audit with the manager.
Oh, so what's the question?
I'll start from scratch. So I understand the petitioner, the person getting the signatures, they're present.
With me, yeah.
Waiting for that initial managerial audit.
Right.
Do they perform any function in that audit, or are they basically just waiting?
Waiting, looking, making sure that it's going right. Sometimes I'd ask a question like, hey, what happened here? Or, that kind of thing. But yeah, they would just be watching the audit.
But they didn't have any, it's not like they had training or, hey, they had a role in this. They were more just.
The very specific role. Don't sign, don't do anything with it. These were actual petitions, and we went over this thoroughly in our training that this document is sacred. We can't write on it. We can't do anything with this document unless the manager is there, and then hand them over.
So would it be fair to say that the petitioners aren't forensic experts or being relied on to, verify each signature or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, if everyone did what we're supposed to do, we give the person the booklet with the pen so that they can sign everything. You don't hold it, you give them the pen, they do everything. They give it back to you, you look over, oh, I noticed, put the date here, is that just, put your signature there. Oh, wait, there's a problem. Cross it off, let's do it again. Just no room for, if there was something that was wrong in any way. And this would also happen where someone would sign and they'd say, oh, you're saying that you're in Warren County, let me cross that off and get my Warren County packet. That happened a lot.
And am I correct in assuming, is AMT a for-profit company?
I believe it is, yes.
And do you know where they, or how they're funded on these issues?
I know enough to not say that. I mean, I think I remember hearing who the billionaire funder was, but I wasn't sure, so I don't know.
Enough to not
yeah,
say.
And I don't even really mean that as much. It was more, were you familiar as far as the structure? Were they paid by the number of total signatures, or whether, if there was a bonus for success, or, so on and so, anything along those lines you'd be familiar with?
Not enough to give you my opinion. I mean, I kind of knew the process as we did it. I mean, so for instance, while we had to get so many signatures, we knew we needed to add more staff because we weren't getting enough, that kind of stuff. So that's when they would say, okay, we're going to do a big hiring thing because we need more people to keep getting more signatures, or you need to get more signatures, that kind of stuff. So, or we're going to extend the hours so that we can work longer. That was the extent of what we kind of knew.
Gotcha. So other than this case, obviously, have you been involved in any other criminal prosecutions related to this issue or AMT?
Never. No other issues.
Are you aware of any other investigations into AMT?
No.
No further questions. Let's let the jury take over. What do you think?
Again, forgive me if this is repetitive, but you personally reviewed each packet, correct?
The ones that yeah. The packets that I worked on, yes.
Did anyone have access to the packets after they were turned in besides you?
No. Never.
So can you describe, let's say, because I think you mentioned a hotel and you mentioned an office.
Right.
So can you paint a picture for me a little bit about where precisely the packets would be after being handed, I assume handed directly to you or put on a table, or how was that handled?
Well, 99% of the time, we would meet the petitioner back at the office. But like I said, every now and then, some of the petitioners were further away, and sometimes they'd have to leave early. So I could review, it was just a visual review of the packets, at the Kmart parking lot while one of the, let's say X had to leave early. We review it at 12 o'clock that afternoon, he had to leave early, and then I just take all of them, keep them all very separate from everything else. And then, that night I turn everything in. But I put them under my done. Those are done. I wouldn't have to review those later in the evening. So they would sit in my done pack until I got all the other ones together, and then I'd get them all ready to go.
Okay. So the number placed on the form, that was something that you would either put yourself or you would instruct them as to what that number should be, correct?
Correct. And sometimes it would be corrected by logistics.
And as far as how petitions were submitted, petitioners wouldn't have anything to do with that as far as getting them to the logistics team or verification or anything like that.
Never.
Is that correct?
Never, ever. It was always through the manager.
Gotcha. And I believe you already kind of explained this, but, you know, goes through their additional verification, and then the company basically just directly sends it to, be it Secretary of State.
Correct.
Or county or wherever it is.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Are petitioners notified at any point in that process, you know, that their packets have been sent or that they're been received or anything, or is it pretty much once they're signed off and done, they're done?
Yeah, once they hand them over to me, it's let it go.
Okay. I think you touched on this, but you gathered signatures personally as well, is that
Yeah.
correct? But was that a fairly small part of your job probably, or was that?
Every now and then I'd get it hit because I wasn't getting enough signatures. But, you know, you got me driving around all over the place, picking up people all over the place. And then you're telling me, you know, if I get somewhere and it was a nice day and I can get out and go get a cup, I'd do it. There's no problem. But, and I didn't have a quota of what I needed. But, you know, the pressure was there to get signatures for sure. I just did it at my own pace because of everything else that I had going on.
And I think you mentioned going out 5 or 6 times with X to gather signatures, is that
Yeah,
correct?
about that maybe, yeah.
And during those times, was his conduct ever suspicious to you, or did you ever see him do something that you said, oh, hey, you're not supposed to do it that way?
Never. I thought he was, I always absolutely loved, I think the people who were lazy, you knew, and they weren't getting anything, and you don't have to have 5 conversations if you've been out all day and didn't do anything. I just send you home, I mean, you're done. But there was never an issue with that. I mean, he was always on time, he was on top of it, he was always helping. He drove. A few times I think we would have a new person, that person would go with him maybe once or twice, or maybe even more than that. But yeah, he was a great employee, and I was shocked 80 of this stuff even came up.
Just a quick question here then on the locations and the terms. So would you assign people, I know you'd mentioned that you kind of gave some liberty to choose, but would you assign like, hey, I want the following to go to this county today, or?
Absolutely, yeah, because like I said, I would get my reports back, and you know, Warren County was obviously easier. So sometimes I'd have to send people further away, and I think X was one of those people. Sometimes, okay, you know, you get to the office, go ahead and leave, take your packets, go ahead and leave because you're going to be driving further away. We'll be in touch. Meet me back here at the office by 5 or something like that.
So do you call Mr. Rouse, he gathered petitions for different counties as well as Warren County?
I would imagine, yeah, I mean, because it depends on where the people are at. You could be in Warren County and get 6 people in, you know, from, you know, one of the local counties.
So during, you know, you assigned someone to go somewhere, was there any way to verify where people were at? Did the company use any technology?
No technology, but I was always in close, I mean, it was my job. I mean, I was always looking after everybody, close conversations, checking in. You know, I'd pop up and help, you know, observe, you know, how's it going? You're not getting any signatures, let's move you to this location. There was always, all day, constantly sending people, moving them around, driving people somewhere else, all of that, all the time. I was heavily involved with where everybody was at all times.
And I believe earlier you mentioned in your training, if I'm recalling correctly, so please, you know, let me know if I miss anything here. petitioners were trained to ask, are you a registered voter in Ohio, what county you live in, and whether they're interested in signing for the gerrymandering issue. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That's good. Excuse me, good summation of it, yeah.
Okay. So that was pretty much the spiel they're supposed to have.
Are you registered to vote? Do you live in Ohio? Are you registered to vote in Ohio? What county are you in?
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have just a couple follow-ups for you, Mr. Williams.
We're going to make it the verdict. We're going to do it.
So, when you send your packets off to logistics, you said sometimes they would find an error and then send them back to you. Okay.
Yes.
So, in that scenario, when you got those packets back, let's say one of those packets was Mr. Rouse, hypothetically. What would you do in order to correct or fix whatever problem is there?
Yeah, I would usually hold on to them until the night. I would never review or audit in the morning. It was kind of a waste of time. So in the evening when they would bring their new packets back, I would say, oh, wait a minute, I've got a couple of fixes. And then we review those fixes together.
Okay.
How would you fix it?
And if it was something that could be fixed, would you fix it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and they gave us parameters of, they would tell me, okay, fix this, or, you know, you could take the last page and redo the last page if it was wrong, for instance.
Okay.
Just take the last page off and.
Okay, and would there be any indication, is there an additional document or notation that you would have to place on the packet to show that it was a correction? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't think so. When they would send them back, because they were so heavily date-based, that I knew what day they were for, and so it was. I never really had to sort of keep up with them that way. There was no. I would get a little thing that would tell me, you know, X needs to redo his signature or rewrite this, or the number's wrong. So I take the packet, I give it to them, and whatever they told us needed to be done, I would make sure that was done at that moment. And
So
then I add it back to the packet.
Okay, so were most of the corrections, is it fair to say on that, to be made were on that last page, the statement of the circulator?
Absolutely, yeah. We really weren't allowed to do much on the where the people were signing their names. We really couldn't touch that at all.
That was my next question. Like if they came back and said, for instance, let's say you had the one we looked at before where it was the wrong date,
right.
January 23 instead of January 24. Hypothetically, if you had not marked that out, it went to logistics, they found that, would they have then sent that back to you?
Yes, because on that last page, it would be -1, so I would change that 32 to a 31. Or not
30.
I would, the petitioner would change
You would
it.
have Mr. Rouse
Yeah,
change that.
I couldn't do the corrections. It was the person who, you know, whose name was on it, so.
Okay, but you
Little slip
couldn't
there.
theoretically or hypothetically change that 2023 to 2024. You couldn't mark that out.
I mean,
and say,
I could, but I would never do that because it wasn't my name on the document. Plus, it's good for the petitioner to know that, you know, we had this error. I mean, I would never get the packet and sit at home in my hotel room and just do all the corrections. I would bring the packets in, give them to the person, you know, 5 or 6 people who had the corrections, and we do them one by one and turn them in and go to the next one.
Sure, because you're really not allowed to touch the signature pages,
Yeah,
right?
they were very strict with that, yeah.
Okay. Now, Mr. Gibbs went into a little bit of your testimony about how you would go out with him, and he didn't seem to be doing anything wrong when you were with him. Correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right. But you were his supervisor, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you can only comment on his behaviors and his actions when you were actually with him, correct?
Correct.
All right. So, and you said he had a car, so he would drive himself to his location of choice for the day.
Yes.
And because he would drive himself, would you have, let's say he told you, I'm going to Target today. He would go out to Target at any time during the day, because you didn't have to drive him, would you like drive out to Target to see how he's doing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I drive to the location they're at. I sometimes go have lunch with them. I mean, all of those things.
You were all over the place, but you were doing that for 30 to 40 people?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the ones,
a lot
yeah.
of lunches.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was the job. It was field work. So, I mean, been doing it for years.
Put
So
a lot of miles on your car.
it was a rental.
They provided you with a car?
Right.
Okay. Do you think if you had 40 people out on one particular day, would you be able to get around to all those 40 locations on one particular day?
No, I mean, some of the were kind of like leads. So, if you were the person who took the car out with 3 people, you were my lead in a way. So then I would not be able to help you in Warren County if I was in Cincinnati.
Sure.
So, I would coordinate with X, for instance. Usually the person would call me and say, X dropped me off at the library and there's nobody here. So I'd be like, X, take them to the Target or take them to the Walmart or, take them somewhere else.
Gotcha.
If it was X, I mean, whoever the lead was who was doing the driving, because that person would make a little bit more money, I would give them a little bit more responsibility. But if they were near where I was at, because sometimes I would take my own people out with me, and so, I was in a van, so I would have 6 people all over,
All over the
an area,
place.
yeah, so.
Okay. All right. So he had a little bit more responsibility because he had a car.
Yeah,
Is that fair? Is that a fair
Mhm.
statement? Okay. So theoretically, he's got his car and he's driving to his location. Unless you're there with him all day long, you don't really know if he's staying at that location, do you?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yeah, I would not know. But like I said, for me, it was, and this would happen. There was one particular guy who just popped into my mind. He did come back with like 14 signatures after the whole day. And, if he told me he had an emergency, the car died, mom had a heart attack or something, I'd be like, I get it, but you can't come back 14 signatures because I'm paying you for the day. You were working all day.
Right.
So, it wouldn't, so. And I didn't say, it wasn't like if in the course of an 8-hour day, I expected, 50, I would expect 80, 100. I mean, so if you came back with 20, I thought you were doing something wrong.
That was a little suspicious.
Yeah.
Yeah. So coming back with, let's say, some of these petitions that we saw, 30, 35, even in the 20s.
It was sometimes we would have a bad day. So everyone came back with about 35.
Okay.
So
that would be typically what around the number that you would expect on this particular petition.
If I realized that everyone was doing about the same, then yeah, it made sense that it was.
So if somebody was coming back to you with 35 signatures, you wouldn't have any reason to suspect they weren't out there collecting signatures. Is that a fair statement?
It's a fair statement.
Okay. And theoretically, like I said, one of your employees could, who has a car, if you're not there with them,
they could be doing anything.
They could be doing anything. They could hypothetically.
I suspected that sometimes. I'm not going to lie, of course. I mean,
it's,
you call and call and call, they're not answering the telephone, and you're like, where are you at? And then they come back with no signatures. We're going to have a conversation.
And I think you already testified. You're out there in December and January, and it's Ohio, and it's cold out, right?
Right.
It was in. I think you said you posted on Twitter or
Yeah.
something the picture of the wind and the
Yeah.
wind chill. It's cold out there, so theoretically, hypothetically, somebody who's supposed to be getting signatures could drive themselves back to their house, crawl back in bed where it's nice and warm, and then come back to meet you at the office at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't always a easy ride because I'd have people who would tell me that they were, they had a car and they were going to location, and I go there and they weren't there. Like, I'm here. Where are you? Oh, I'm around the corner. Oh, around the corner where? Oh no, I moved to another location, and I still couldn't find them.
Sure. So, a lot of your job responsibilities depends on the people working for you and their level of honesty. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
No further questions.
Recross?
I would just ask briefly, again, I understand that X had a vehicle as one of your petitioners, that's correct?
That's correct.
And would he ever give rides to other petitioners to go to a location?
Yeah. Sometimes he would drive and ride with me or ride with someone else.
Okay. But I guess just him driving isn't saying he's just all alone and no one else is involved, would it be common that he would have other people with him?
Not necessarily. I had a couple of people. It was X and another Bina. There were like 3 people who I trusted, I think, a little bit more. They had their car. They seemed to be doing the job. They were coming back with signatures. And like I said, if they were, depending on where they were, I just let them go to that location instead of driving back to me in the office. And then they'd have to meet me at the evening because I needed the signatures back. So, yeah, they were free to really do do their job.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for Mr. Williams, please reduce them to writing. Do not discuss or display any proposed question with any other member of the jury.
All right, we go to private time. Made it all the way to our first break. Interesting. I think this whole business model seems to be ripe for fraud. Because there's incentive. There's incentive to get signatures. And to get a signature approved, it rarely included the drastic step of verifying with the person who supposedly signed it. So as long as you could sort of make it work, you just had to get past the auditors at the elections board. So you needed a good address with the name, somebody who's registered to vote, and then the signature, you just had to sort of make it look close enough that the people elections board wouldn't look twice at it. And then they count it, put it towards the total. So I don't remember ever going around and collecting signatures, but I know I've signed a few. I've had people come door to door to my house, and I've signed some. I know I've signed some while I was at different events or things like that. But the way he describes it as, they're going to come back here in just a second. The way he describes it as, well, we go to Target, we get kicked out of Target. We go to Walmart, we get kicked out of Walmart. We go to, they'd go to all these places and get kicked out. They're sort of like living on the fringes of legality, right? We're basically trespassing and doing what we can until we get caught, and then we're going somewhere else. I wonder how the police felt. It's like, oh, it's them again. It's the initiative season. We're gonna have another round of we kicked him out of the last grocery store. They're just gonna move around. We'll chase him around all day. Sort of funny that they do that. It's definitely one of those forgiveness is easier to get than permission situations when you're looking for locations. You're just following the people wherever the people are. I think they should have to wear vests like Girl Scouts, says Bree. This job sucks and it isn't. A credit to him, they do pay above minimum wage. So, $20 an hour, that's not bad for a job that that doesn't require, I won't say it doesn't require skill, because it does. Working with people requires a ton of skill. But it doesn't require years of education as far as training and certificates and all that. It's something that somebody with a little bit of initiative and a little bit of personality can pick up and learn to do really well at. I don't know, the good initiative gatherers, the ballot signature gatherers, are like gold. They don't want to lose those. Not sure what that. There's a machine outside my house. Hopefully it's not a bulldozer. Patience. It requires a lot of patience. I think that's my garbage truck. Where's the garbage truck on a Tuesday? Oh, we're back.
Mr. Williams, the members of the jury have some questions for you, and I'm going to read these questions, and then the attorneys may have some follow-up questions for you, sir, okay?
Okay.
How did the petitions get turned into Columbus for a statewide issue?
How were they turned into the county?
How did the petitions get turned into Columbus for a statewide issue?
I'm not sure if I fully understand the question. You mean at the end of the gathering of all the signatures?
Well, this was a statewide issue, correct?
Yes.
And you turned into petitions to who?
To logistics. I gave all of the petitions every day to the logistics team, who would come to my office they'd go to all of the offices and pick up petitions every single day. And then after logistics reviewed all of them, they would turn in the valid petitions.
Once AMT questioned validity on a petition, were the boxes X'd out and by whom?
Validity didn't technically X out the boxes. If they, this is my understanding of how I remember it would work, just from the way it flowed. If I would turn in, let's say I turned in X's petition, and there was an error with it, they would just send it back to me to fix. I don't remember them ever fixing anything before. I remember them sending it back for the petitioner to fix them. So they never fixed anything. They told us to do it.
How many issues were flagged by AMT that were not flagged by you?
Not a lot. Only thing they would know is if it was a real person. So I don't know how many that was, but anything that I could fix, I was able to fix. Fair question.
What were the specific issues on the validity for Mr. Rouse?
I don't I see. I get the question. If I can remember, there were about 7 categories. It was, I don't remember, honestly. But there were sections that they would tell us what was wrong.
How did AMT check signatures?
I don't know.
Mr. You said you had a small quota, but also said no one had a quota. Please explain.
No one had a quota. Oh, I see. Yeah, so they didn't want me to be out not getting any signatures. So they would want me to, get a couple. So I had no one. The staff got paid by the hour, and I would want them to. A good day was 80 signatures, for instance. On a good day, if someone came back with 80 signatures, we were very happy. But of course, we wouldn't know the validity of those signatures until I got the report back. But yeah, so no one actually had a number other than they knew that they needed to get at least 80 signatures. I did not have a quota. I didn't have to get 10 signatures a day or anything like that. But they liked to see that I turned some in.
Did anyone go door to door?
Yes.
Did the validity report provide the reason that the signature did not pass validity? Or was it pass-fail?
There were these sections. I should have looked at it before I came, but there were these sections that would show what was wrong, but I don't remember what they were.
They're talking specifically about the signature here.
Oh yeah, I don't know anything about that. That was all done through the validity team.
You said the circulators were paid by the day, and then he mentioned that...
By the hour.
I'm just reading the question.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, if you want to correct that, then when your answer, you can do that.
Okay.
You said the circulators were paid by the day, and then you mentioned the daily quota. What was the signature quota? If the quota was not met, was there a subtraction? So 12 valid signatures equals a full day's pay, or 24 valid signatures? Was there a number that's associated with the full day's pay?
So there was not a specific required number, but because it was cold out, and obviously there are lots of circumstances, and we know some people would go to a location where they weren't able to get very many signatures. They still got paid for the day, but I turned in 20 signatures or whatever they had.
What happens if someone repeatedly failed to get signatures?
They were usually, I let them go. If they weren't getting any signatures, I just send them home. I mean, you're not doing anything.
When you received a petition that had empty boxes, would you mark them void or turn them in blank?
It would happen sometimes. I'd get some back with just one signature. I just put that there was one signature on the card.
I'm not sure that that's an answer to the question.
I can answer it this way. If someone had filled out an entire packet that had 35 signatures and 3 of them were blank, but the others were filled out and looked right, I would turn in 33 signatures.
So if your employees receive so many signatures, they wouldn't receive any compensation, only you would receive the bonus?
That's correct.
Yep.
I don't remember the staff getting a bonus.
Would anyone above your position receive compensation or bonus?
Of my bosses. My boss was the state director and the state trainer.
You mentioned quotas. Can you tell us about the collector's quotas? Are they strictly enforced?
The quotas are not enforced. It was more of a, it's cold outside, I know that. Not everybody's hanging out at Kmart, and I transferred them over to the library, and still not very many signatures. If they came back with 25 signatures, I would never harp on anyone for what they did, because it's not easy. And also because there were counties I couldn't go to. They told me I shouldn't go because I was a black guy. So there were times where I would send people to locations and they'd come back mad because they were harassed, and I mean, if they came, what could I do?
What's the average time for you to do an end of day audit?
About 5:30.
How long, average time? How long did it take for you to do the audit?
For everybody, about an hour, maybe.
Well, just for the individuals.
Oh, individual was about 10 minutes, I think.
Thank you. Any questions based
40
on the
people,
jury's questions?
10 minutes each.
Just briefly,
1
Your
hour.
Honor, one of the jurors asked about AMT checking signatures, and you said something about there being seven categories of things that could be wrong.
I vaguely remember when you look at the validity report, for instance, so it would have my name, it would have each individual, and then it would kind of break down like what was wrong. So if something was wrong, it would say 67 or 66 or 85% validity for each one. So under my name, I would have a bunch of people, and it would show what the validity rate of all the people I gathered. But I don't remember the detail about what was missing.
Okay, but that would be on the report, though. What was wrong with the petition would be on your report.
I remember knowing that.
Okay, and you may not be able to remember this, and if you don't, that's fine. But I'm curious if you recall if one of those 7 categories that you're referring to would have been worded something to the effect of, this signature does not belong to this person.
It would just say it doesn't exist.
Okay, and what doesn't exist?
The person didn't exist.
Like the person wasn't real?
Yeah.
Okay, kind of like my Donald Duck
Yeah,
example
exactly. Yeah.
for before. Donald Duck isn't a real
that person doesn't exist. Yeah.
But for instance,
it'll be all zeros on that person. It'll
Okay.
just be all zeros.
just like that's a pretend person, somebody made that up.
Yeah.
Okay, but there was not a category that, for instance, if I had signed a petition, would say Amy Tranter's signature does not match Amy Tranter's signature that is on file.
It would not. It was very difficult to know exactly why someone's validity, from my point of when I look at the report, why their validity was bad. So the only conversation when I got word that that X's validity was bad, I would only be able to have a breakdown conversation about what did he do that day. Did you ask them if they were registered to vote? Were they in Ohio? Were they, you don't know for sure, but was it the real person? Did you talk to a person and get this information? Did they fill it out? That was all I could do, because there was no other real way to verify really anything.
Just verifying basic identifying information, name, address,
Right.
date that is signed,
Is
correct?
the signature there?
There's no way to identify and compare my signature to a signature that is on the form.
There was no way we could do that from from where we were as
Okay,
the managers.
thank you. No further questions.
No further questions.
Mr. Williams, that's all the questions we have for you. You are excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 15-minute break. It's about
15
13 minutes before 11 o'clock. We'll take our mid-morning break. And remember my instructions about discussing the case or beginning to form opinions about the case, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
All rise.
During the break, we're going to go check in on Judge Dad and see how he's doing. All right, Judge off the bench.
Be seated.
There he goes.
On the misdemeanor.
Misdemeanor. Checking in with Judge Dad now. During the break.
PO 644 on that one.
PO 644. All right, so how's he going to proceed on these?
Your Honor, I believe that he's prepared to make a payment today.
Well, I know, but is he going to plead guilty to failure to pay 644, and is he going to plead guilty to failure to pay 129, or does he want to have a contested hearing?
No, there is no contest. No.
If you plead guilty to failure to pay 644, you could get 93 days. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Talk to me. If you plead guilty
Yes,
to
sir.
failure to pay $129, you could get 13 days on that, 1 day for every $10 owed. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
You have the right to a contested hearing. At that hearing, you have the right to question their witnesses, to bring in your own, to use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in those witnesses, to testify or remain silent. You remain silent, that silence would not be held against you. Do you understand that?
I do, Your Honor.
If you plead
Yes, sir.
guilty, you're giving up all those rights. We're not going to have a hearing, and I will then sentence you on these charges. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Is that okay if I talk to my lawyer again? About this, Your Honor?
We want to wear the 664, 644.
Well, he's got a big problem. He sees this happening. I'll let you talk to your lawyer again.
I think we want to try to work out something that he could be released today. And
I'm not going to release him. This guy's been playing with us for 4 years. I don't know who he thinks he is.
we could try to work.
Your Honor, I've been taking care of my life, Your Honor. I've been on drug court for almost a year.
Listen. Talk to the
Yes,
guy
sir.
in the carnival if you want. I don't want to hear it.
Yes, sir,
You
Your
got
Honor.
warrants all over. You are disrespectful. You have no respect for the system. You think you can just treat the system like some pet of yours, and it's not a pet of yours. We're not a pet of yours. So shake your head all you want. I can only go by what I see, and what I see is warrants that have been going back and forth since 21, and you've been given plenty of chances. So don't talk to me about releasing you today. It's not happening unless you have the money to pay this. I'm telling you. So you guys can talk again, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
You be brief, Your Honor.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Thank you.
Do I have Armin Gordon Jr.? John, you need to call Toller. I don't know where he is. I need Gordon on that one.
Toller on what one?
Armin Gordon Jr. It looks like Toller wrote it, and Gordon, it must have been here, but he left or what have you. Is Lynette Johnson here yet?
Yeah.
Come on up here, Lynette Marie Johnson. 25B82374. And your name?
Lynette Marie Johnson?
You posted a bond to 213. Was that in your name?
Yes.
I can just apply the bond. Why did you ignore us?
I honestly have nothing. I
Okay.
can't come up with anything good except for one day turns into another very quick.
Yeah, tell me about it. Lisa, does she owe $213? I don't see the bond. Is it in her name?
Let me check.
The
It's in
receipt-
a third party, Carol Johnson, and her balance is 248.
You owe 248.
You?
You're gonna get Carol Johnson to come over here and sign over the bond? Otherwise, I have to go through the process.
I mean, my mom's disabled.
Okay,
She gave the officer permission.
hang on a second. Slow down.
Did she check that box, Judge, on the form?
See, I don't, oh, here it is. No, all I got is third-party poster posted by Carol Johnson. You're right.
If she wants to call in, we can do it over the phone.
You want to call your mother?
Yeah.
Call your mother out in the hallway, and then I will recall, if she's gonna apply the bond, come on back in. Either way, come on back in and we'll take care of it,
How
okay?
about just the 213, right?
Yes,
Okay. And
Yeah.
actually put a payment for the rest.
I'll worry about that when we cross, I'll cross that bridge when we
So
get to it.
I call her and bring her phone into here.
No, you can just have her call. Go down the hall.
Did I?
Listen, just listen, please don't go anywhere. Go down the hall and talk to them and they'll tell you how to do it, okay? You're gonna call your mom and then you can put her on the phone, on your phone with somebody in the criminal department, since you're telling us she's disabled. And she can give the go-ahead if that's what she wants to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lieutenant, sir.
Lieutenant Toller, do you have any idea where Armand Gordon Jr. is? Looks like you worked this out, improper parking.
See them. See them here. I told but
Morgan, Peter Leon Dundee Morgan, 25F 731-065. Who do I have here? Is Mr. Leon Dundee Becker here or Reader here? I don't know.
sir, you gotta take your hat off.
Peter Morgan, you can tell me your name.
Peter Leon Dundee Morgan.
Who's Leon Dundee Redder?
No idea,
For the
sir.
for the attorney, I have Miss Fanning.
Okay, somebody wrote
Listen.
Leon Dundee Redder on here. Okay, as the court appointed. I thought that was a little strange. Yeah, Ms. Fanning, your appearance?
The judge is back minus the robe. Mike's still not hot yet, so they're not back yet.
Ms. Fanning? All right.
No Miss Fanning. Bench warrant.
Mr. Gordon's in for me.
Mr. Gordon, what are you doing? Armand Gordon Jr., come on up here, wherever you are. 25W8411052.
Oh, it's the hat
I've
guy.
called your name about 5 times.
Why are you late?
Okay, come on up here and state your name. Your name?
Gordon.
You're going to plead the improper parking? I thought you met with the department rep and said you were going to plead the improper parking. Is that true or false?
He didn't say we come to a compromise, but didn't tell me specifics.
Keep your voice up.
He didn't tell me any specifics, just told me he would come to a compromise.
He's
Didn't tell you
saying
the
improper
charge.
parking as opposed to handicap parking.
Yeah. It's because it was originally a handicap parking.
Did you park in a handicap parking zone?
Yeah, for a time period, because I was moving on my place.
You want to plead do you want to plead to improper parking, or do you want to have a hearing on handicap park?
I just, even out.
To that charge, improper parking, responsible and not responsible. You can't park in the handicap zone.
I know that, sir.
I don't like those. You know what? School buses and parking in handicap zones are my top 2.
My only reason I picked on there was because my girl was traveling very heavy stuff to the car, so we can move that. Like, we literally left 5 minutes after we got that ticket.
You can't park in the handicap zone. Okay? $100. I'll dismiss the handicapped.
Debbie, thanks so much.
Please don't
34
do that
months.
again, okay?
OG.
Thank you. Have a good
Debbie.
day. $100
Thank
down
you.
the hall. Mark Edward Hallish.
Miss Fanning's
Yes,
here.
sir. 4B724-823. Sorry to keep you waiting there. Or
No
822 rather. Your name again?
Mark Hallish.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm and penalties of perjury. The testimony you give in these proceedings will be the whole truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
You can put your hand down.
All right, so this was taken under 7694A. I believe, right, Jenna? Right. Didn't look. Judge Hessenly uses a different form than I do, and I don't see. Yes, she did write it down here. Okay.
Andrew C., Happy New Year.
Since you were in
32
court on
months.
January 7th of 25, have you been arrested?
No.
Oh,
Any new charges?
No.
Any contact with the police?
No.
Congratulations. Your case is dismissed. I wish you well. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day.
Congratulations. Your case is dismissed. Andrew, thank you very much. 32 months makes you an OG.
Ms. Fanning, if you're ready, pop your head in. I'll call your case. I called it once. If you're ready, I'll do it.
She was
Judge,
here.
she asked for
Your Honor, but I
she
did
asked for a
ask for a breakout room first.
Okay,
if I can.
Gabrielle Christine
Thank you.
Popovsky.
Judge is about to pop back in.
25W838818. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Gilwood Hayesville, Mr. Posky, this is Mr. Stino's matter.
Casino 253, Jen. All right. Your name, ma'am?
Gabrielle Pulaski.
All right, so she has a charge here of failure to refrain from consuming alcohol, being arrested on September 4 of 25. What is she going to do?
Judge, I think the violation was picking up a new offense.
It is.
She pled guilty to 2 other counts the last time we were here. We put this one on hold. She still hasn't been charged on that case, although my understanding is Casino's the blood draws method. So what I'm hoping to do is to adjourn this one more time.
She pled guilty to 2 other counts?
Yes.
She's picking up a lot of charges. Alicia Love for Horses,
Yeah,
member
she
for
was sentenced to
19 months. I think it's been more than that.
Oh,
geez.
I'm lost. Your name?
Lisa Tito. You sentenced her on first 2 counts, but
Wait a minute. I only have one blueback here. And that's the failure to refrain from consuming alcohol, being arrested for OUIL on September 24, 25. That's the only one I have. I don't know why this is happening more and more lately. I just don't understand why this is happening. Can you fix this for me, please? Get the other blue back, and then I'll recall the case, if you will, please. Thanks. All right, I'll call you again there, counsel. Which one do you have?
I have Jacob Masick, Judge.
I think the judge is about to come back in from break.
that's why you sentenced her on the other ones. You were only dealing with the count 1.
Oh, he said I thought you said you pled. Okay, let me come back to that. Jacob Kelly Massage, 23T640501.
Good morning, Judge. John Graziani, P number 43887. Mr. Masick, is to my left. To take him. Please identify yourself.
Take your hands off the
Jacob Masick.
All right, so we have a charge of failure to attend the probation visit on December 12th. And we have a charge of failure to pay all fines and costs as ordered.
Arms folded across
And we
chest.
have a
Not a good
charge of
look.
failure to clear all warrants by November 7th.
Judge, he has taken care of all that. This is Jessica's matter. He paid her $415. They will pull him out.
All right, but he didn't do it when he's supposed to, right? So I'm gonna need either a plea or we're gonna have to have a hearing on these.
365.
Charges failure to pay your fines and costs is ordered. I don't know how much he owes. They just think you didn't pay when you were supposed to pay. I don't wanna know about it. We're either gonna have a hearing or you're gonna plead guilty. One of the 3 things. One of the 2 things, I should say.
Guilty, Judge.
On all 3 counts? All right, if you plead guilty, these would be 3 technical violations. And you could get, as a matter of these,
revoked.
Per law, pursuant to law, you could get 15 days. I'm just telling you that's the max. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you will be giving up, Jessica, all those rights, and there will be no hearing or trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
to the charge failure to schedule your probation visit on December 12th of 25. How do you plead?
Failure to schedule it or?
Failure to attend, I'm sorry, failure to attend your appointment on December 12th.
Judge, I will have an explanation for all this.
That's fine. Did you fail to attend your appointment on that date?
Yes, correct.
The charge 2, that you failed to pay your fines and costs as ordered, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to pay your fines and costs as ordered?
Guilty.
Did you fail to pay your fines and costs as ordered?
Yeah.
Did you fail, charge
Said
count
that
3
4
that
times.
you failed to clear your warrants by November 7th? How do you plead?
Guilty.
You failed to clear your warrants by November 7th.
Yes.
Anybody force you to plead guilty? All right, I'll accept your plea to all 3 counts. What's the problem here? What?
Judge, with regard to the probation visit, it was a misunderstanding. He in fact had contacted Jessica within an hour and a half on that date, and it's my understanding that they in fact rescheduled this matter. It's a very serious matter because it's under hiding, so Mr. Masick certainly doesn't want to have this under the record for a while. Secondly, he's taken steps to make payments, and he intends to make another $100 payment within the next week and a half, and then.
Okay, he was supposed to pay 40 per week beginning October 27th, after paying $270 on the date of the sentence.
This one.
I'm sorry?
He understands that, Judge.
Why didn't you come and talk to me if you couldn't make the payment like I told you to?
When I spoke with Ms. Jessica on the phone, I told her I was having trouble finding a job, and she told me that she would give me a little bit longer to make the payments. She sent me staffing agencies to obtain a job, and I explained to her that I was having issues clearing the warrant and making the payments, and she told me that on the 12th we would talk about an extension. I missed the phone call, so we could get the conversation about it. I called her at like 9:30, 10 o'clock, and she didn't get to it, and I got the email from her about the violation.
Why didn't you clear your warrants by November 7th?
I just didn't have the funds to clear it.
Judge, I was currently working at Watson Engineering, and I.
What does he do there?
I'm a laser parts builder.
I'm not very,
We're going to jump to,
no.
we're going to miss
You
out
should
on
have
the Trenton
called me.
police.
Sorry.
'Cause
Are you on
the
this
jury's
one,
coming
Ms.
in.
Wilds?
Miss O'Donnell's out of the office.
Oh, okay. What do you, your appearance?
Elizabeth Osprey, Your Honor.
All right, that's all we can do. Court's starting again.
That might have been, you know, slid along.
Oh, I didn't get it off? Oh,
I
thank
just
you.
saw you looking at it.
I just,
Sorry about
no, that's okay.
I've always seen Lady Justice with a long flowing dress, not like
Thank you. Please be seated.
high slit mini.
Mr. Tranter, call your next witness, please.
State Coast Detective Patrick Jenkinson.
Finally, the man who's been sitting there smirking and making comments throughout the trial, now up on the stand under oath.
I do. Water there, touch me.
All right, sir, if you could give us your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
Patrick Jenkinson, Jenkinson.
And how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the City of Lebanon Police Department.
All right, and how long have you been with the City of Lebanon?
Just about 19 years.
Okay, and how long have you been in the detective capacity?
A little over 3.
All right, any prior law enforcement experience before you
ma'am.
joined Lebanon?
No, ma'am.
All right, so been an officer for about 19 years?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And through the course of your employment, did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation surrounding the defendant in this matter, Mr. Rouse?
I did.
All right. And tell the jury how you became involved.
I was just simply assigned this case by my supervisor.
Okay. And do you remember approximately when you were assigned the case?
July of 24, I believe.
Okay. And so tell us about your investigation. What were the steps?
So I was sent the case by my supervisor and a chain of emails from the prosecutor's office containing a series of the packets, the petition packets.
The packets that we've been looking at for the
Correct.
past couple of days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And once you received that information, what did you do?
So there were 9 packets, and I went through all those packets. I contacted Mr. Sleeth and started going over what all those, the check marks and the NGs and all those the marks meant, so I could try to figure out what what was going on. And then I started going door to door, trying to locate people that had signed the petitions, trying to verify if they'd signed the petitions, if they hadn't signed the petitions. I wanted to locate at least one person for each of those 9 packets and get statements from them if they had not signed that petition.
Okay, so you had 9 packets total.
Yep.
That were sent to you, and approximately how many signatures do you think were on those 9 packets?
I believe it was 226 total signatures in the 9
226?
packets.
Okay, they're spread across the 9? Okay, and of those 226 people or signatures that were on the packets and the petitions, were they all from Warren County?
Yes.
Okay, all right, and were they all from the Lebanon area?
Yes. No. They were Lebanon surrounding. They were not all in Lebanon.
Okay, but some surrounding areas and jurisdictions as well,
All Warren
correct?
County, not Lebanon.
Okay, so you said you started, or you wanted to go door to door to try to make contact with these people, correct?
Correct.
How did you make a determination of who you were gonna contact going door to door?
Basically, honestly, my convenience. I started inside the city limits, so I didn't have to go too far.
Okay.
I did have to go slightly outside the city, because this wasn't the only case I work on. I have multiple cases I work on at a time.
Okay.
So I didn't want to have to venture too far out of the city.
I was gonna say, in addition to this investigation, did you have other things, other investigations going on at the same time?
Yes.
Okay, so fair to say you have to kind of divide your time between investigations?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you made the determination you were gonna go door to door in kind of the surrounding area, Lebanon, and maybe just a little outside Lebanon, right?
Yep.
Okay, and were you able to make contact with anybody?
Yes, it took quite a while, but I was able to get at least one person for each of the 9 petitions.
Okay, and you've been sitting in the courtroom while the testimony has been going on for the past couple of days, and you've seen the various witnesses that have come through, Mr. Hicks and Miss Friday, amongst other ones. Of all the people we heard from yesterday, were you able to make contact with each of those witnesses?
Yes, all those people we've heard from were the ones I got a hold of.
Okay, and what did all of those did all those people have something in common when you talked to them?
Yeah, they all said they had not seen or signed that petition.
Okay, based on that information that they gave you, what did you have them do?
Signed a witness statement saying that they had not signed that petition.
Okay, and did all of them do so?
Yes.
Okay, and that was filled out in front of you?
Yep.
Okay. We heard from one of the individuals yesterday, I believe it might have been Miss Ashby, that she said you had her sign a paper so you could compare signatures.
Yes.
Is that what happened?
That is not what happened.
Okay.
I did the
What
same
happened?
thing I did with everybody else. I showed her the petition, asked her if that was her signature, if she signed it. She said no. I asked her to fill out a witness statement saying that she had not signed it. At no point in time did I have her compare any signatures.
Okay, and the witness statement that you had these individuals fill out, do they sign those?
Yes.
Okay, was that the only document that you had Miss Ashby sign?
Yes.
Okay, was that the only document you had any of these individuals sign?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so how long approximately do you think it took you to track down these 12 individuals?
I would say a month and a half to 2 months.
Okay, so quite some time.
Yes, some of them were reluctant to be involved in the investigation.
Okay, and did you have contact with anyone else besides the 11 individuals that came in to testify for us yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, how many other people in addition to those witnesses that were presented do you think you had contact with?
Maybe half a dozen.
Okay, so maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 25-ish people?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, and what was your determination for the cutoff? Why didn't you make contact with all 226 people or attempt?
I simply did not have that much time.
Okay, fair to say you might still be doing it,
I would
right?
definitely still be doing it.
If you were contacting over 200 people?
Yes.
Okay, so what was your determination, what was your cutoff that you ended with those 12 people?
Like I said, I just wanted at least one for each of the 9 packets, the petition.
Okay. And going back to Miss Ashby for just a moment, she testified yesterday that her husband, I believe it's James, has since passed away.
Yeah.
Were you able to make contact with James before he passed?
Yes, he was still alive at the time I got his statement.
Okay. And he, what did he indicate to you?
He also did not sign the petition.
Okay. Okay, so based upon the information that you got from the Board of Elections, with the petitions, the individuals you interviewed, what was your next step?
I contacted Mr. Rouse, I believe was my next step.
Okay. And you were able to locate him?
Yes.
Okay. How were you able to locate him?
I believe it was when he was showing up for work.
Use his
Okay.
address,
And do you
his form.
recall where that was?
It was parking lot behind the building where he works.
Okay. Is that in Lebanon?
Yes.
Okay. And you were able to speak with him?
Yep.
Okay. And he voluntarily spoke with you?
Yes.
Does he work at a dispensary?
And were you wearing a body-worn camera at the time?
I was.
Was it functioning properly?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that footage from the body-worn camera?
Yes.
Okay, and it's a fair and accurate depiction of your conversation with the defendant that day?
It is.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like permission to publish the video.
Okay.
Judge is busy doing something else. He's like, sure, whatever. You do your thing. Can we watch, Judge? I don't want to say anything, but there's a loud noise. It'd be cool if it wasn't happening. I can turn it down. He's standing next to a guy doing like a weed eater or leaf blower? Paper shredder? Is it a pressure washer? What is the noise? I don't see anything generating a noise. Is that the defendant's Challenger?
What's up, man? How are you? You Ezekiel? I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Yeah. Wanted to talk to you if you have just a second about the petitions, the company that you did petitions for. Sure. Advanced Micro Targeting, I think it's called. Oh, yeah! How did you come to work for them? So, did you like contact them, or did you see other people doing it and you're like, how do I do that to get some money? How
They contacted me.
Okay.
I had applied to advanced micro targeting.
Oh, so you applied at one point, then they contacted you, we're going to be in your area.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then they,
Go ahead.
And then it's like 2 or 3 different times I had, and this didn't just happen with me, it happened with a few people, 2 or 3 different times I'd be standing out, getting petitions done. I come back and they said that I had forged the signatures. I said, no, I said that. The advanced micro targeting people. And this happened twice to me. And I said, no, I didn't, dude. I said, I can give you the people who have done all this. Right. And I was like, you know what, you guys said this about me the last time too. And I just quit. I was like, dude, I don't want to deal with this crap. And so they were like,
so they told you that they thought you were forging.
Yes.
Okay, because I was going to ask you if they ever like pressured you to like, hey, here's a list of voters. If you don't get enough today, just go ahead and
well, they do. They've never told us to just go ahead and sign off on your own. Right. Never. I've never had that. But they do. I have seen where they've done some things where it's like, if you have 2 or 3 people signing the same paperwork, that you can have them do it. So like say you and your wife or the kids or whatever, there's a lot of people walking by, so you hand the paper off.
because all these get graded by basically based off your voter registration.
Right.
Because they were concerned, because like here they put how many signatures there are total, how many are valid, how many are invalid.
Right.
And like to be honest, like most of them are not valid. They're saying they're forged, and they're not just yours, but like these are just they're saying they're not registered voters.
Oh my goodness.
But that doesn't mean that just means that they're not registered voters.
They're just not registered. Yeah, because this guy right here, he's my neighbor. He's my neighbor, right next door to me.
Oh, really?
He'll tell you he signed it. Yeah, like I'm.
That's just saying he's not registered.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, I got him from.
So this one signed a code. Well, negative. That NRA means not registered at address.
Oh, okay.
So the NGs mean not good, meaning they think it's forged.
Well, if someone else put the information in.
This one they're saying only 6 of these 33 signatures are valid. Like 3, 4, 5. And all these they're saying are invalid. The NGs, they're saying all these, and that one's good, but they're saying all of them are not good signatures, meaning they're forged.
Yeah, well, I talked to them about this. This is the second time they said that I've done that.
Company?
Yeah. The first time they said I did it was like 3 years ago during COVID when they had us out there. This the second time. I talked with the manager and everything about that. And I asked them a long time ago, well, do you need me to talk to somebody? They said, no, well, we'll take care of it. So I guess this is them taking care of it.
Do you happen to know, like, have the name and phone number to the manager or anybody at that company?
Sure.
He's wearing those same rings today in court.
My direct manager.
Let me grab my pen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, quick quiz. Pop quiz. For bonus points without pausing or going back. What was the license plate of the defendant's vehicle? Extra bonuses if you get the make, model of the car. Greener's got it right.
So my manager's number there was 425
I gotta mute this. Don't want to give out the manager's number because we like him.
I don't remember his boots. Yeah, like boots on the ground, And that was my direct manager, and they fired him too.
Really?
Yeah.
What did they fire him for?
I have no idea. You might want to talk to him about that.
Related to this?
No, not related to this. No.
Is it a Maxima or a Ultima?
But yeah, that was my direct
SE.
manager. Boots.
Stentra?
Alright. Yeah, and even like this one, they're saying none of these 35 are valid.
That doesn't make sense.
And I asked them how they grade it.
That doesn't even
They
make
said
sense.
they grade them based off of everybody's voter registration cards. And obviously they're not perfect because, I mean, I've gone door to door finding a bunch of people, and some of them said, oh no, I did sign that.
I like that we can see him in the chrome reflection.
Signed the petition. Officer Drake, Mexican guy that goes checks the meter. He's like, yeah, I signed it. But some people say, no, I never signed my petition.
So like, I'm seeing Circle Fairview, wrong spelling of Fairview.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of them. Like I said, they're saying every
can be their saying, but I know I stood out there and I had people signing in things, and I stood out, and I've done it not once. I've done it for multiple companies. This isn't the only company.
Okay.
So yeah, I've done it for multiple companies. This is the only company that's ever given me a problem.
Really?
Advanced Micro Target. The other
Remember the other companies?
I worked for Advanced Micro Target.
There's your tail light.
I worked on the campaign for what was that campaign?
He's saying he did this for other companies. He's trying to remember the company name he worked for.
AMT. When we went to go get the ones for the judges of the Supreme Court, and then to raise the wage. Gotta look through my emails real quick, sir.
You're good. I don't want anybody to get hemmed up on anything they're not guilty of.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Okay, so we have
They didn't tell us they fired the boss, too.
So I worked with AMT in 2021, the same company, and they said the same thing back then. Okay. Then I worked with, what was the
Well, he definitely cooperated.
Yeah, sure. That way I don't have to sit here and wait for you to show up to work.
We're going to mute this. You don't need his number.
Let me go find those other companies.
All right. Yeah, just send me a voicemail, all right?
All right, you got it.
Have a good day.
All right, you too, sir.
Thank you.
Can we pause that? Thank you, Judge.
Okay, Detective, that is State's Exhibit number 6 that we just watched. That's a fair and accurate representation of your conversation with him that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you see the person you spoke with in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you tell me where he's seated and what he's wearing today,
At the
please?
defense table with the suit and the sweater.
Identifying the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. The date in the top right-hand corner reflected, I believe it was August the 30th. The time stamp on your body-worn camera. Is that the date that you actually talked to him?
They would have been, yes.
So that was accurate. Okay. A couple of things about the interview.
She's going to go over it
He
here.
identified his manager as Boots. Were you able to track down Boots and identify who that was?
Yes.
As in
Okay,
boots
and
on the
who was
ground?
Boots?
Stanford Williams, that
Okay.
testified
Same-
earlier.
I'm sorry?
He's the one that testified earlier.
Okay. And the,
He says he
you
was accused
mentioned
of forgery
on there,
before.
Officer Drake, that you verified with him. Did you talk to Officer Drake about the petition?
I did.
Okay, and he testified for us yesterday as well, correct?
He did.
All right, and what did he tell you about the petition?
That he did sign it.
Okay, and you had a conversation with Mr. Rouse too. Part of your conversation was him telling you that he worked for multiple companies, not just AMT, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you gave him a card at the end of the conversation and said, hey, if you think of the companies, give me a call, right?
Correct.
Did you ever hear from Mr. Rouse regarding the names of those companies?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. I have no further questions for you.
Cross.
We're almost done. My client was very cooperative, right? Yes.
Guess it's still good morning, Detective Jenkinson.
It is.
I have a verdict by lunch.
All right, so, excuse me. I believe you just testified you have 3 years experience as a detective, is that correct?
Yes.
And then how many years was it as a law enforcement officer in total?
Almost 19.
Okay. And since you've been a detective, have you had any other cases or experience with these specific types of charges?
No, this is my first and hopefully last.
Is that the first for both of these charges, both the
Election fraud?
election fraud and forgery, or just
Not forgery, but election fraud is my first.
Okay. You mentioned your supervisor. Who is your supervisor?
Sergeant Nate Trout.
Nate Trout, gotcha.
Something's fishy there.
As a detective, I assume certainly that you have various training and credentials. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you have any training that would be particular to election crimes, election law, anything
No,
of that
sir.
effect?
No.
So going through this investigation, I'll kind of ask you the same thing. If you can, kind of give me a brief narrative of the beginning of this investigation, please.
So as I said earlier, I was sent email from the prosecutor's office. Actually, I was probably forwarded it from my supervisor that contained the 9 petitions. And that's basically it. I was just forwarded the petitions asking to investigate the what they believed was forgery and fraud.
I thought it looks more like Uncle Fester.
Okay. And do you recall who sent that email?
I don't recall, no.
Talking about the witness, though.
I'm sure I got it from my supervisor, but who he was sent it from, I'm not sure.
Gotcha. And is it your understanding, I know you've been in here as a representative of the state, so you've heard the other witness, that
Who has the internet
petitioners
today?
did not receive any additional compensation for the number of signatures they collected when working for AMT?
That's correct. I was informed that they were paid hourly.
Gotcha. Through your investigation, who all did you contact?
Is the defendant surfing the web on his phone? He is.
I contacted Human Resources, and through Human Resources, I spoke with the CEO, who was also the, I guess it would be the legal officer, head legal officer.
Okay. And what did you discuss with the head legal officer and CEO?
Not a whole lot. He's the one that told me that they were not paid per signature, that they were paid hourly. He told me that Mr. Rouse was let go for fraud and forgery, and he also told me that they had a handwriting analysis team that analyzes the signatures, and that's basically the extent of our conversation.
So am I correct in my understanding you're saying that the CEO basically told you that they have a handwriting expert team that analyzes the signatures, I assume before they're sent out?
That's my understanding. He didn't really get into it. He was rather tight-lipped about most things.
Understand. Would it be in the scope of your investigation, did you look into the corporate entity of AMT as a potential entity to be investigated or potentially even charged in any respect?
I did not.
Are you aware of any other outstanding investigations into AMT?
I'm not.
would you handle that type of an investigation, or would there be a different officer assigned that?
I'm not sure, but it would most definitely not be Lebanon Police Department since they're in Texas.
Understand.
Is AMT under
Were any
investigation?
other individuals investigated during the course of this matter?
No.
Was there ever any people of interest, maybe not full-on suspects or anything of that? Or was it solely Mr. Rouse?
Just Mr. Rouse.
Okay. And am I assuming correctly that you were the individual to file the charges that initiated this case against Mr. Rouse?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Who did file the charge, if you know?
The prosecutor's office.
What's AMT
Once I
again?
completed my
Advanced
investigation, I
micro-targeting or
forwarded
something?
the case to the prosecutor's office, and they handled it from there.
And I didn't frame that very well, so forgive me. You were the sole investigating officer that led to the charges in this case,
Correct.
is that correct?
Yes.
So there was no one else involved that you worked in conjunction with or anything?
No.
Okay.
Texas-based signature gathering company is currently under investigation by the Missouri Attorney General's office as of late
Just briefly,
2025.
Detective, do you consider, you told Mr. Gibbs that you did not have any specialized training in election law, correct?
Correct.
Did you consider that an impediment to your ability to investigate this case?
No, I did not.
Okay. Through the course of the investigation, were you able to educate yourself a little bit on election law?
With the help of Mr. Sleeth, yes.
Okay, you talked to Mr. Sleeth,
Yes.
right? Have you ever has that ever happened before in the course of your 19 years that you had the subject of an investigation that you're not too familiar with and had to educate yourself in the process?
All the time.
All the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any recross?
Just a brief, I know we just saw that interview. Apart from that interview, did you have any other interactions with Mr. Rouse?
For this case, or at all?
I guess at all, but
Not that I'm aware of.
primarily for this case.
I don't think I've ever had any dealings with him.
But definitely, as far as this investigation, that was the totality of your
Correct.
interaction with him.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for Detective Jenkinson, please reduce them to writing. Do not discuss or display any proposed question with other members of the jury.
We're in private time, quiet time again. Impediment or impediment? Are they both correct? Red, help us out. Come on, jury, do your thing. I think it's going to be prosecution rests in just a moment, and then defense probably gets to make a motion, most likely with a little break, because I think they need to do a judgment of acquittal motion. Mathis, we are not going to Uvalde. Nope. Just what we've learned from prior school shooting trials. They're very, very difficult on our community here, this channel. So. See, impediment or impediment, we all goof, I guess. I once said we got renumerated for that. My brother-in-law said they renumbered for you. Impediment, not a word, and impediment, hindrance or obstruction. Or impediment, not a word, and impediment is hindrance. Which one is it? Spell it out as child would need to with crayons. Impedance, that's an electrical term. You start getting into Ohm's law and everything. They'll start making sense. It's been raining so much in California, the Death Valley has a lake again. Well, maybe, Camilla, maybe y'all can stop complaining about the lack of water now. Maybe there's enough for everybody.
All right, Detective, you've sat through and see how this works. So
Yes,
when I
sir.
read the question, you'll answer it, and then the attorneys may have follow-up. Was the encounter on the day of the body cam 8/30/24 the first time Mr. Rouse was notified there were concerns of the prosecutor's office?
As far as I know, yes.
If there were 9 packets total with 226 signatures, how many were invalid?
As far as the ones marked by 160, but some of the ones such as Sheriff Riley, they were invalid, but they were marked valid. So 160 out of the what was the number, sir?
226.
226. So 160 out of 226 were marked invalid, but there were more that were actually invalid that were marked valid. If you followed that. So roughly 70% were invalid.
All right, any questions, Ms. Tranter?
No, sir.
Mr. Gibbs? All right, you may step down.
Well, I thought 70% was what they were shooting
All
for.
right, ladies and gentlemen, I am required to take a break right now. It's my understanding, Ms. Tranter, that after we go through exhibits, you're going to rest, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I have to take a break right now and deal with some things outside of your presence. So we're going to take another 15-minute break, which is going to put us at about just before noon. What I'm going to try to do is push on and go to the defense's case before we take our lunch break. I think that's probably the best way to handle it at this point. And then we'll take a break for lunch and come back, okay? So at this time, remember my prior instructions, they will apply to you over this break.
All right, here's going to be the judgment of acquittal motion. You got the inverse validity percentage right. Most of the water is running to the Pacific Ocean. Fish need to drink too, right?
You can be seated. All right, we are on the record outside the presence of the jury now, state intending to rest. We have a number of exhibits. Exhibit 1 with 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, all refer to the initiative petition number 60 with the 4 signature cards of Riley, Hicks, Schwartz, and Friday. They being offered?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those will all be admitted without objection. Exhibits 2, the number 61 petition, 2A, 2B, and 2C, the signature cards of Caitlin Dresser, Adam Dresser, and Kim Flotting. They being offered?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit number 3 is the number 80 initiative petition, 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D, James Ashby, Melody Ashby, Taylor Morgan, and Laura Morgan's signature cards. Are they being offered?
Yes, sir.
Is there any objection?
No objection, but I would just note for clarification, I remember, I believe 3A and B were.
Yeah, 3A is the James Ashby signature card, 3B is the Melody Ashby signature card, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay. I've corrected it on my page.
3A is James, 3B is Melody. That's correct.
Okay, Exhibit 4 is the number 81 petition with the 4A Scott Rayberg signature card. Are they being offered?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit number 5 is the number 49 initiative petition. Is that being offered?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit number 6 is the Jenkinson BWC. Is that being offered?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
And exhibit number 7 is the Chapter 13 petitions guidelines. Specifically was referenced page 21. Is that being offered?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Number 8 was never identified.
Correct.
All right. Those exhibits 1 through 7 with all the subparts are all admitted without objection. State rests. Mr. Gibbs.
Mr. Gibbs.
Yes, Your Honor.
JOA.
would like to orally present a Rule 29 motion for dismissal.
Did he say poorly
It is
present?
the position of defense that the evidence presented by the prosecution is insufficient to support a conviction. One of the state's
Orally,
primary witnesses
not
confirmed Mr. Rouse was an hourly employee with no financial incentive to produce fraudulent signatures. No direct evidence of an actual act of forgery or purposeful submission of invalid signatures has been presented. Therefore, we request the Rule 29 motion.
All right, the court being required to construe the evidence most strongly in favor of the state finds that the state has met its initial burden, threshold burden, I should say, and that motion will be denied. So we're going to move on to your case. Mr. Rouse is going to testify, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I've changed the verdict forms, 24 verdict forms. I've added as to under each verdict, on each verdict form as to who the count relates to as far as the alleged victim. For all 24 counts, there are the 3 additional findings for counts 13, 14, and 15, which are all there. With regard to the jury instructions at the end of each count, I have added, again, who this relates to, the count relates to which individual, and then I also added at Ms. Tranter's request, and I know that's what you've been arguing from the beginning, but it is the law that motive is not something that they are required to prove. So that language has also been added.
Motive is not a requirement, so...
On page 22, just prior to the closing instructions, proof of motive is not required. The presence or absence of motive is one of the circumstances bearing upon purpose or knowledge. Ms. Tranter, anything else with regard to jury instructions?
Judge, I am not seeing in the body of the instructions on 13, 14, and 15 the language about the elderly victim.
Additional finding?
Oh, wait a minute, there. Oh, well, I see it defined.
Yeah, I will cover that.
Definitions.
Yeah, it is there. It's on.
I could just be
Yeah,
looking at this.
so look on page.
Crossing. I'm looking at. I see it defined on under count 13, elderly person.
Look on page 15, under count 13. It's the last thing.
I see, yeah, I see the elderly person, but I don't see.
There's the sentence above that, additional finding.
Oh, I'm sorry. My eyes are crossing.
That's
I've
okay.
looked at too many words.
Okay, it's there. It's there
Thank
under
you.
13, 14, and 15. All have the additional
Perfect.
finding.
Perfect.
Anything else with regard to instructions? Any objections to the proposed instructions?
None from the state.
No, Your Honor.
All right, very good. So just to kind of ballpark a plan here. Again, it doesn't matter to me. Let's go ahead and do Mr. Rouse, and we'll take as long as we need for him, assuming that just based upon what's been represented, we're looking at maybe finishing by 12:45 or so, and then taking an hour for lunch.
Okay.
Maybe take a little bit longer for lunch. That'll give you guys time to prepare your closings, correct? Do you have any rebuttal?
No, I
Okay.
don't anticipate any.
No
Okay,
rebuttal.
so that maybe we'll break from, let's see, till 2 o'clock. Is that my math right? Or is that 2 or 1:30? Yeah, well, let's just wait and
1,
see,
yeah.
but we'll do at least an hour, and that'll give you guys time to prepare in your closing.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. You'll rest on the record, and then, Mr. Gibbs, you can present your defense. If we run into a bind here, Marcus has graciously offered to handle my 1 o'clock docket.
Well, thank you,
but
Marcus.
I think we should be okay, the way we're
Fine.
finishing.
One
up
of
here.
those is
Your
mine,
Honor?
so.
Could I request a quick restroom break? just
Yeah, I'm
before
sorry,
we
yes.
Bring
please.
it back in?
Yeah, let's give them 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Y'all can go tinkle. You got 5 minutes. Make it snappy. So before we go to lunch, we're going to hear the defense testimony, which probably will be brief. What do you think from the jury's questions? Are you guys able to discern anything? I think a couple of them are like, seriously? Something's wrong here. Something stinks in Denmark, or I'm not sure what they're, what they're actually thinking, but the tone of their questions seems more challenging of the state, or in this case, the county, than I would have expected had they been on board. I think the jury smells a rat. It does seem like I'll say this. It seems like a lot of investigation went into something that, if this was in fact criminal, could have been done a lot quicker. I mean, murder trials probably went to court quicker than this one did. It just doesn't seem, I don't know. Too much ambiguity. I think there's not enough accountability and documentation showing that there were no problems with the forms, or that nobody else messed with them. I mean, there's one point where the forms are solely in the possession of the guy who stands the most to benefit if the forms collect a lot of names that are good. Oh, well, how do you have good names? Well, you get good addresses of registered voters. And lo and behold, you can find that website list online. So his boss, who apparently was also fired, his boss had incentive. Can they prove that he did it? I think the jury's looking at this saying, there's like 20 different handwriting styles in here. You've got different spellings. You've got all sorts of things. This wasn't one man on the back of his Nissan filling out a whole, 35 people on a page, just copy and pasting. Something's not right. To me, the detective's heart wasn't in this case or investigation either. I agree. He says he hopes he never does another one like this. Real Court Trials, welcome. Good to have you here. To be fair, close enough signatures can make sense these days. How often do we write? My signature looks slightly different every time I sign it, out of pure disuse. Mine looks worse every time I sign it. It was funny. My son had an opportunity to sign something just over the weekend. He is a teenager. I think he's 15, and he was signing his name, and it took him. I don't know. It took him about 30 seconds, and I sort of laughed. I'm like, it's going to speed up over the years, and eventually, when I'm signing my name, it's like STTMITY, and that's it, and that's my signature. It's like the big letters, the ups and the downs, and that's all you get. And there's just a bunch of little squiggles, like little earthquake squiggles in between. But it started out much slower. I was doing the cursive and the full loops, and the spacing was right and everything. Now it's a beast unto itself. Defendant's back. Didn't need the 5 minutes. Made it snappy. Defense says this is going to be good. It's going to be good. We're just like we practiced. Just don't say anything about having always done it this way. For those that have pointed out that I have dark circles under my eyes and look like I've been sleeping, it's because I went to bed at 1 and woke up at 2:30, and I've been up since then. So, no, I did actually go to bed a little earlier. I think I was in bed by 9. Then Amber called and woke me up. Then I woke up on my own at 1:30, and then tried to go back to bed until 2:30 when the alarm went off. Yeah, it was a rough night. Then we drove to Raleigh and put my son on a plane, which I think he hasn't landed. He's probably halfway there. And I did not do any caffeine. No caffeine. I wouldn't say argued. I had a discussion, Mrs. R.A. I was standing next to the vending machine that had Mountain Dew.
Please be seated.
And
All right, Mr. Tranter, state rests.
Yes, Your Honor, state rests.
Mr. Gibbs?
Your Honor, defense would like to call Mr. Zakier Rouse.
Zakier.
Witness.
All right. I was standing next to the machine saying, I'm going to buy this. She's like, don't buy it. I'm like, I'm buying it. I made that decision. And I swiped my card, and the screen says, card disabled by vendor. Card reader disabled by vendor. So Mrs. already won. I did not have any Mountain Dew today.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you give in these proceedings to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
Here's your water and it's touch.
All right, thanks.
All right, Mr. Rouse, have you recently had a medical procedure or surgery?
Yes, sir.
So is it fair to say that if you were maybe wincing at some point during this trial, it was...
Objection.
Definitely. I had my gallbladder removed Christmas Eve, and then I had 2 lung collapses since. So I have some issues, yes, sir.
Okay, so again, just putting that out, if you
Little
do
sympathy from the
experience
jury.
discomfort sometimes, not maybe necessarily a sign that you're nervous or of guilt, but just abdominal discomfort.
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right. So
lung collapses.
Obviously,
small things.
You're aware of what's going on and everything. Comes down to the time that you were working as a circulator or petitioner, correct?
Yes, sir.
About how long did you work as a circulator or petitioner?
So, since we're talking about this campaign, right? Because I worked with AMT before, but on this campaign, just a couple months, maybe.
And during that couple months, how often or how many days of the week roughly would you work as a petitioner?
So my main job, I worked with Dave Ernst's law firm as a document runner for the law firm. And I just did that, just kind of like civic duty type things that you do. I was in the Marine Corps as well when I was younger. And I always do civil duty stuff. Throw a children's gala here in Warren County. I just do that. That's just what I do.
No objection.
So it was,
This is
and how much
character
did
testimony.
you make as a petitioner?
Like $20 per hour. But altogether, I think maybe $1,200 total.
So it'd be safe to say that it wasn't your primary source of income?
Not at all, no. Not at all.
You mentioned your other employment. Now, this has been covered a lot, but again, just from the horse's mouth, so to speak. As a circulator, did you receive any money, any additional money or benefit of any kind from the number of signatures that you turned in?
No, sir. I didn't receive any additional money or any additional benefits. I only received what the company gave to us.
And I'm sure
So he
you
worked
can
for
recall
7
from
days?
seeing the exhibits and such, but what was the issue that this case is about?
Yeah, it was gerrymandering issue, sir.
Okay. What is your opinion on the gerrymandering issue?
Relevance?
Sustained.
Good try there.
Are you strongly in favor of the gerrymandering issue?
Objection.
Sustained. I don't know what relevance this has, what anyone's position, the court's position, the jury's position, the counsel's position. It doesn't make any difference. We're not going to get into politics. Move on.
Any more than we already have.
Yes, Your Honor. So we covered your training with Mr. Stanford earlier. What did you say to people to get their signatures?
So
Do you want a
just
brownie?
like what he said, they would give us the packet and we would go out and say, this is the gerrymandering situation that's happening in, well, I'm not saying it properly, but it was something like this, the gerrymandering situation that's happening here in Ohio. Are you a registered voter and are you interested in signing a petition? And then what I would do is I would just give them the petition, because like you'd be in a parking lot and it's a lot of people coming, so you're trying to get the petitions to as many people as you can. Some people would be reading it, they'll sit there, they'll read the petition, and that's fine with me. Read what you're signing, I'm cool with that. And then they would hand the paperwork back and then you just continue that procedure.
And what kind of places would you seek signatures at?
We would be Walmart's, Kroger, out of the dispensary. I was at the dispensary because the last time I worked at the dispensary, or excuse me, not at the dispensary, last time I worked with AMT, my validity rate was great at the dispensary. So that's the reason why I went back there for more signatures, just to clear that up.
And from what I can tell, were there any
Something
rules
was
or
great there.
restrictions on, did A&T tell you not to go to specific places or anything like that?
Well, so Boots had stated something earlier. So they were told that Warren County is a racist county, is what he was told. And they used me because I already lived out here. I already was in the community to do most of their collections. They used me to do most of that when I was standing here in Warren County. Now, to say that every person, when I was standing in Warren County or when I was standing in Hamilton County or Butler County, wherever I was at, if I was at a Kroger, not necessarily everybody would be from that county in Butler or from that county in Warren. I could be at, for instance, the Kroger in Clifton would be in Clifton in downtown Cincinnati. That would be one where we would sit at, and you would just, like I said, just follow the procedure. But when it came to Warren County, I was the only black person they used in Warren County.
Okay. And
The math
you
isn't
mentioned Warren
mathing.
County, obviously, this case is in Warren County. Did you collect signatures outside of Warren County as well?
Mainly I did, mainly because our office was in Blue Ash, Sharonville, Blue Ash, like right there on the border over there off Kemper. And so mainly that's where we got all of our information from. We got everything started there and ended there.
So if I understand correctly on the petition document, you would put the county at the first page, is that correct?
So, yeah, it would be either be myself that put the county or it would be the petitioner, depending on like if it was a brand new packet. And they said they're Warren County, you hand the packet. Sometimes not the petitioner, what are they called? When the people that sign, the signers, I guess.
Signers.
What the professional name is. They would sign the
Citizens.
petition and then, could you repeat the question again?
Voters.
I apologize, I got lost.
Yeah, no problem. So I was just saying, as far as the petition document itself.
Sure, yeah.
You as a circulator, you or I suppose sometimes your supervisor, I think was the testimony, but primarily you would write the county on the first page, is that correct?
That was the question. So it would be me or the supervisor, like was testified earlier, but sometimes also I would hand the packet out if they said there were a Warren County person, and the person that actually got the packet put the Warren up at the top.
Okay. And then other than that, what else did you put on the packet?
So we would take the packet in. They would separate the verification form from the actual packet. And then the supervisor would go through their fraud check at the end of every night. And then after they went through their fraud check at the end of every night, they would tell us, whatever their decision was, whether it was fraudulent or whether you were fired or whether it was good, if everything was good, whatever happened would happen right there. And then you just go home. And at that point, you just show up, the next time you're scheduled.
Now, when you were selecting, or when you were soliciting signatures.
Yes.
It's a mouthful. When you were soliciting signatures, you didn't ask for any identification, correct?
No, we were told that we could not ask for identification, and I even asked about that, why we're not allowed to do that, and the company said, you're just not allowed to do it, so I left it at that.
If you don't mind, I'm going to go through a hypothetical day with you of being a circulator and going out, okay?
Does the prosecutor mind?
So if you could, please describe the initial start of that day.
So the initial start of the day is I would go check in with Dave to see if there was any work I had to do at the law office first. If there was no work I had to do at the law office, Dave would say, okay, now you're good to go. Or he would say, well, I only need you for about, maybe 5 hours today. The last 2 or 3 hours, you can go do your other job. So he knew that I had another gig that I was working. And then I would just go into the office that morning and wait for Boots to assign the teams to go out into the field.
Okay. And was this the office that I think's been mentioned was in Blue Ash?
Yes, yes. That's where so that office, the Blue Ash office was where everybody for AMT, I guess, I think he said he had like 9 or 10 counties earlier today. That's where everybody from AMT went to that office, no matter what 9 or 10 counties they were from. That was the office we always checked into.
So did you pick up the petition forms from the office?
Yes. Every day we had a petition form. If we had it, it's because it came from the office when we went to work that day to get the petitions.
Okay, so every day starts with making your way to the office in Blue Ash.
Yes, sir.
You receive the petitions.
Yes, sir.
You're told, I assume, are you told where to go?
Yes, so they'll assign your team, and then they'll say, okay, I'm just making up names here. John, Judy, and Gregory, you're going with this person that has their vehicle, and Bob, Jane, and so on and so forth. And so we would be told by the supervisor, I need you, John, and Jane to go to the Walmart and the Kroger, one in Clifton, go to the one in Clifton, or you go to the Walmart on the west side of the city, or go to the one in Montgomery County, or wherever it may be. So it was assigned. We were assigned where we were supposed to go.
So then you would go to this location. I believe it's been mentioned that you had a vehicle. So
Yes, sir.
Would you typically drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you always drive?
So no, so how they did it was like they rotated the driving positions around. So like sometimes it'll be Boots driving, sometimes it'll be me driving, sometimes it might be like, I'm making up names here because this was years ago, but it might be Jill driving or whoever else was approved after they did their DMV or BMV background checks. That's who would drive. And then they would just, assign the different people to go in the vehicle with that driver.
All right, so then you get to your location, let's just say it's Kroger. You collect signatures for a period of time, then what happens?
So when we're collecting signatures, we're just like standing out there and we just hand out the packets, like I said earlier, and then the supervisor, he might pull up on you and be sitting in a parking lot and like watching us. And then he'll call us over, tell us either to get in the cars, or if we're the ones that are driving, he'll call us all and tell us, all right, it's time to get ready to start, coming back. And then we all just, as teams, get back in our vehicles. If I have to go to like another location and pick up a team, like he was saying, or Boots was saying earlier, you may have to drive all over the place and go pick up other team members. So I may have to go drive and pick up another team member, and then we go back to the office in Blue Ash.
And was that the procedure every single time?
Every time that I went to work, that was the procedure, yes, sir.
Okay, so you go to the office, get the forms, you go out, get the signatures. At the end of the day, you come back to the office with the forms.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you never keep the forms outside of the office?
Absolutely not. No.
Okay. Once you get back at the end of your day of collecting signatures, please walk me through that process. You get to the office, what happens?
Sure. So we get back to the office, and then we're all just kind of just sitting there just waiting until everyone is there. And then the supervisor calls you up after you've given all the package. Everybody comes in, turns in all their packets. The supervisor's taking them and doing whatever it is as far as like separating them per person. And then they do their fraud check right there. They go over the fraud check like how Boots explained earlier. And then they tell you, all right, put 35 or 22. And sometimes you might think you have like 27. And they're like, no, it's not 27. After my check is done, this is only 26 or whatever. And then they tell us, put such and such on the paper. If it's 26 or 20, whatever they say, we're valid. You put that on the paper, and then they look at it, and then they tell you sign off on it and go home. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Now, when when Mr. Williams testified, keep wanting to say Boots, sorry, I believe he mentioned something about you having an issue with the company before.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
So I worked on the marijuana campaign before, and
For AMT?
For AMT.
They got lots of signatures at the dispensary.
I don't know if anyone was really following that, which am I? Because this is kind of political. Am I allowed to?
Well, I don't know what you're gonna say, so it's kind of hard to.
Okay, well.
I can't guess.
All right, well, I'm just going to explain because it does get political.
Okay.
So we're working on the
I'm sorry,
cannabis, the
weed
cannabis petition to allow it to be
recreational.
good in the state of Ohio, right? That was the petition, I want to say.
They
maybe
want better
3 years
weed.
ago. And
want good weed in Ohio.
I was doing fine there. Everything was fine. But when it looked like the cannabis petitions were not going to pass through the House and through like the legislation wasn't going to pass, AMT at that point called me in and said, hey, we have these forged signatures out of Warren County, the exact same thing they're saying now. And how's this, happening? And I don't know what you're talking about. And so at that point, I was like, this isn't right. I don't know what's going on. And they're like, well, we had a mutual understanding that I don't need to be working here then, if that's what you guys are saying. And I was frustrated. And I was like, well, if you need me to go talk to the Attorney General, I believe it was Mr. Yost at the time. I said, I'll go talk to him. I said, because at the end of the day, I don't know what you guys are talking about. And when you guys get those packets, that's all I know. And I don't know what happens after that. And you're telling me all of this happened. And all I'm telling you is I did what I was trained to do. So.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So then nothing else. You worked on the marijuana campaign, and then.
Well, yeah, and so I hadn't heard anything from AMT forever. I just continued to work with Mr. Ernst's office, and then they called me out of the blue, and I just based on hearing the voice, I want to say the person that called me was Woods. Well, that's because I remember when they called me, I was like, hey, why are you guys calling me back? Last I heard from you guys, I should have been talking with the Attorney General about something, and that never happened. And they're like, oh no, everything's fine, nothing happened. You come back and work for us. I don't know what that was all about. And I was like, all right. I said, well, what are we working on? Oh, it's just a gerrymandering petition. I said, okay, not a problem. I'll come in and work as long as I don't have any issues anymore, and they promised me there'd be no issues. Oh no, that was old people working here. I'm new. Just basically telling me everything's gonna be all right. So I said, okay, went back, worked part-time. So like a lot of people would be working from like 8 or 9 in the morning till like 8 or 9 at night. Like they'd be working full days. I had another job, so I only work maybe 3 or 4 hours. That was another good reason for me having my vehicle, because I would have to get back to Dave's office to go back to work.
Okay. Obviously, you understand what this case is about.
Yes, sir.
There's zero ambiguity about that. If you didn't, you certainly, I would assume, understand what it's about today. Mr. Rouse, did you forge signatures on any of the petitions?
No, sir. No, sir, not at all.
Did you have some type of operation where other people forged signatures?
No, not at all, sir. I don't mean to laugh, but that sounded like goofy to me. So no, I didn't have a operation of any sort.
Sounded goofy.
No further questions.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. So at the time, how did Dave Ernst pay you? Was it an hourly thing?
No, I'm paid salary.
You're paid salary?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you expected to work a certain amount of hours from Mr. Ernst?
Whatever hours he asked me to work.
Okay, so you were paid as a firm salary regardless of if he told you to do 10 things or he told you to do 0 things
That is
on a day?
correct. That is
Okay,
correct, ma'am.
You had a standard agreement with him?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
So is
What was the typical, how many hours a week typically, ballpark, would you work for Mr. Ernst?
That was my full-time job. So,
Okay.
about like, I'd say about 30 to 40 hours a
30
week.
to 40 hours? Okay,
Yeah.
so like a typical work week
Yeah.
that we would think.
Yes, ma'am.
So you had your full-time job with Mr. Ernst, and then you had this side gig with AMT.
Yes.
Okay, but the side gig you would do during the hours, that 30 to 40 hours that you were supposed to be working
Yeah.
for Mr. Ernst as
Yes,
well,
yes,
correct?
sometimes. So sometimes I would get like another one of the members with us when we get put out into the field. And then I would drive with the other person, and then we'd go up to Dave's office. I would check to see if there was anything he had needed me to do, because if so, what I would do is I would go back down and I would tell Boots, I'd have to call and tell Boots, like, hey, I've got other work to do. And that has happened before. And then I'd have to go back, take my packets to Boots. Boots would have to meet me back in Blue Ash. I keep wanting to say Sharonville because it's right on the border of Blue Ash to Sharonville. And then turn the packets in, and then I'd have to go do what I had to do for Mr. Ernst.
Okay, all right. That's happened on more than one occasion?
Well, yeah, it happened periodically, ma'am.
All right, so there was never a time when you were supposed to be doing work for Dave and then you were out getting petitions and vice versa?
No.
Okay.
No, I would always check with, with Dave. Hey, Dave, do you need me here? And, or how long do I need to be here? So I would always check.
Okay, but you would do that after your morning meeting with Boots and Blue Ash and driving whoever to, you just.
Well, it would depend. So, because some days the office might be preparing for a trial. So some days I would just tell Boots, hey, I can't come in, and then some days we would be out there and it would be slow, like he had said earlier. Some days we'd be out there, we might only get 20 signatures. It would be slow. And I would say, hey, Boots, is it possible for me to come in and turn this in and go work at Dave's office? And so it was always separate. It was never like mixed together. The work was never mixed together. Like AMT had no stake whatsoever in Dave's Ernst office, and Dave Ernst's office had no stake whatsoever in AMT. Totally,
Sure, I understand
totally
that.
separate. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I understand that.
Okay.
When you went out to get signatures, did you have a list of registered voters and addresses with you?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever pull a list of registered voters and addresses from the Board of Elections side or the Secretary of State site?
No, ma'am, I did not.
You never
I didn't, until we started this, I didn't even know you could get a list like that.
Okay. But you know that they're readily available on the internet, correct?
No, I don't know that. I know that
You heard
now.
testimony,
Yeah,
though.
right.
Okay. So you're saying that's the first time you knew that this was?
Well,
absolutely, yes.
What do you
Okay.
think? Not guilty?
Now, I'm curious because you said when you thought it was Boots who called you to
he
work
said he
on
was
this
new.
particular campaign, and you recognized his voice. How did you know his voice?
I'm talking about now at the recollection of hearing him talking and then hearing him talking while we were in the field. That sounded like the person that called me and said, do you want to come back? So
Okay.
I'm not saying before, because I didn't even know the guy before.
That was my question. I was
Yeah.
going to ask you if you worked with him on this marijuana campaign you're referencing.
No, the supervisor for that was a gentleman named Brandon out of the Sharonville office. And that's why I keep getting it mixed up with the Blue Ash and Sharonville office, because both of those offices were closed.
Okay. All right. Okay. That I just wanted to clear that up, that until you started working on this particular campaign, you didn't know Boots.
No, I did not.
Had no connection with him whatsoever, right?
Didn't know him at all, yeah.
Okay. All right. What kind of car were you driving back then?
The same vehicle that we saw in the evidence that you provided, the black Nissan.
Black Nissan?
Yes.
Okay. And
Altima, Maxima, Sentra.
you made the decision that you were going to drive yourself a lot of times, right?
No, I could never make that decision.
Oh, you couldn't?
Once you get into the office, the supervisor will make the teams. And
Okay.
then the supervisor will tell you where to go with the teams. And then if something's slow, or say, like, for instance, a lot of times, ma'am, we would be like at a Kroger and a supervisor or a security guard will kick us out. Then we have to call Boots and tell him, hey, we're getting kicked out. And then he'll tell us, okay, well, I need you to go to this next place. And then we'll just go in the car and go to the next place. Because we knew he could pop at it at any time. And if we're not at where we say we're at, you're going to get fired.
You're going to get in trouble, right?
Yeah, and that had happened to people before.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Now, on the days that you did drive, did you receive additional compensation?
So, again, regardless, you're hired as a driver, a petitioner, you're hired as a certain whatever with the company. And
Okay.
whatever they hire you at is what you get paid.
Okay.
So whatever I was hired at, it didn't like change. It was just, that's what you get. And that was it. So it never changed. I didn't have quotas or any of that to make it change.
Okay. And based on days, some days you would ride with somebody else, some days you would drive yourself. Your hourly rate was the same?
Yes, but just to correct that, I never rode with myself. Every time you're assigned a person to go with you because you're going into the field and you can't be by yourself. There's always a person. Now, they might not be, like say if I was petitioning outside of courtroom number 4, for instance, they might not be standing right there with you at courtroom number 4. They might be at the clerk's office down at the other end of the hall, right? But they're still, like, we're still in consistent communication with each other because it's for safety protocol. So I have never gone out from the office by myself without being assigned someone because that was my job. I'm a driver. So if I'm driving people, why are you paying me I think it was $21. I think everyone else made 20. Why are you paying me the $1 extra if I'm driving myself? I'm not. I'm driving other people, and that's just how the company works.
Okay. And when you're out with these other people, are you within, you said you're in constant communication. How are you communicating with them?
So you walk over to them and you're talking to them, everything going well, because if it's not going well, then we have to call the supervisor and say, well, this place isn't going too well. And so we're always, talking about things like that, or when we go to lunch, or, it's just, we're teams out there.
Okay. But you're not necessarily in visual contact with each other.
Yeah, we're in visual. You can, because it defeats the purpose of security if you can't see the other person. Now, don't get me wrong, you're not always like, just tunnel vision on that person because you're trying to, get your signatures and stuff. But if you look up, you look around, if you don't see that person, you have their phone number and you need to call them, hey, where you at? So it was, always communication. Communication was, a big thing while we were out there.
Do you guys remember Ozzy Gardner getting mentioned in court?
I'm assuming that
On
you're
Thursday?
working with these people on a campaign over the course of a couple of months. You probably get to know them, correct?
Yeah, and I don't even think I worked there a couple of months. I think it was, like I said, I think when I looked at my W-2 form for this, what I made, it was only like $1,200. So I didn't even work that long.
You would agree that we've got
That was for
petitions
part
with
of
your
a
name on
year.
it from December of 23 and January of 24, correct?
W-2
Well,
would
I
be
don't know.
2 different years.
So I will tell you like this. I wish the detective would have called me and asked me about 2 of those signatures, because as you were putting up the signature cards and asking everyone, 2 of those signatures I can say are not mine on the back. 1 of those signatures I can say, yeah, that's mine.
Okay.
Ooh.
Well, speaking of that,
Now that's new. That's a little bombshell.
Up and carried them off.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
You picked them up and carried them off.
I'm glad somebody's looking out for me. Sorry.
He was used as a
You're right.
scapegoat.
Okay, so let's go over some of these, okay?
Sure. Yes.
We're going to start with,
The one on the back
Number 1.
is not his
Okay.
signature.
and you've seen this obviously throughout the course of the trial, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you would agree with me that this particular exhibit, these are your initials up here, correct? XRO?
No,
Or X.
the O isn't, and I didn't write those, but yeah.
didn't write those?
No, I didn't write that.
Okay.
but that is my initials. I can't say that's not my initials, but I didn't write
Okay,
that.
but they're your initials,
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
All
yes,
right.
ma'am.
And this petition looks like circulated January 4th of 2024, correct?
January, yes, that's the dates there, January 4th. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, did you circulate that petition?
2024. Can you turn to the back
Yeah,
page?
that's
Let
what
me
I'm
see
gonna
if that's
do
one of the
actually right
ones
now.
that, yeah.
Let's skip to the back, okay? Statement of the circulator.
Yeah, see, so
Okay, is this your signature?
that one right there does not look like that's my signature.
Okay, so my question is that your signature?
And my answer to you, ma'am, was that I don't really sign like that. I mean, I do, but it's not the way that like, when I recognize my signature, I can recognize it. That's not the exact way that I do it.
So is your testimony that this is not your signature?
My testimony today is on this packet. That's not my signature.
That is not your signature?
That one is not my signature.
Okay, but you would agree this is your name up here?
That is my name.
Okay, and did you print your name up here?
No, that don't even look like how I write my name.
That's not how you wrote your name. Okay. So
Okay,
your
we have
testimony
a bigger
today
problem.
is that you did not circulate State's Exhibit number 1.
No, my testimony is that I don't recognize that signature on the back. Now, this is how many years? We're talking about almost 2 years ago now.
No, I agree.
So what I'm telling you.
Let me ask you this. This
Yes,
is
ma'am.
not the first time during this trial that you've seen this petition, correct?
Right.
All right.
Right.
You've had a while, you've presumably gotten ready with your defense attorney, and hopefully had the opportunity to review, okay? So, I'm gonna go through these.
Okay.
Okay? And we're gonna start with box number 1, which is the
Sheriff.
recorded signature of Barry Riley. You heard Mr. Riley's testimony. Did you obtain Mr. Riley's signature on box number 1, State Exhibit number 1?
And this is why I keep saying that that's another reason why I don't believe that that's my signature as well, because I did a children's gala with all these sheriffs. And I would know who Mr. Riley is. So, no, like, that's not that can't be me, is what I'm saying, because I know who Mr. Barry Riley is.
Okay. So you're saying you did not get Mr. Barry Riley's signature?
No, I did not.
Okay. Who did?
I don't know.
Who circulated this petition?
That's what I'm saying. I have no idea. When you have the papers off, the verification paper pulled off, and then you turn in packets, and then they tell you how much to put on there, and then you're talking to people all day. I don't even remember every single individual person I spoke to, but I would know if I spoke with Mr. Riley because I live here. So I definitely would know.
Okay. Let me ask you this question.
Wow.
Okay. When did you first come to know who Barry Riley was?
When I threw my children's gala in 2022, when I hired the sheriff's department, it was then Sheriff Larry Sims. Mr. Riley was his deputy, and the major, who was the chief of operations, was Major Brian Tinch.
Okay, so you met
Boom!
all those.
I've met all of them.
Okay, you gotta let me finish my question, okay?
Okay, I
All right?
apologize.
And
I
then
apologize.
I ask a question, you answer. We can't talk over each other because Ms. Schlimm will get very angry, okay?
Sorry, ma'am.
All
Sorry.
right, let's go down to this box right here, which is on the next page, okay? And this is box number 8, Craig Schwartz. Did you
Yes.
get Mr. Schwartz's signature?
Again, I don't, so one of the things that I noticed, all of the people that you have up there for witnesses, I don't recognize them even in passing. And I know it's been some time, but I don't know. I don't know Mr. Craig Schwartz.
Okay, I didn't ask if you knew him. I asked if you got the signature, if you obtained the signature in some capacity that is on the box
And
that Craig Schwartz's name is on.
And my answer is I don't know if I got Craig Schwartz information. Like, that's my answer, because I hand off the packets and you let the people decide what they want to do, and then they hand it back to you, and then you just keep going on. So that's why I'm telling you, I don't recognize Mr. Schwartz. Like, when I saw Mr. Schwartz, I don't recognize him.
Okay, that's understandable. Okay. Did you get the signature that's on the box associated with Craig Schwartz?
Maggie, thank you. 4 months.
That's my question.
So trying to answer this the best I can. If I don't believe that this packet is even my packet, then I would say that no, I didn't. So I don't believe that this is mine at all based on the things that I've already told you.
Okay, let's go down to the next one, Joy Friday, okay? That's the signature associated with Joy Friday. Did you obtain that signature that is associated with the information for Joy Friday?
My answer is the same for Mr. Schwartz. I only know that I handed the packet off to people. They filled in their information. That's all I know. I don't know these people personally.
I'm not asking if you know them personally.
But the question you're asking.
Stop.
Yeah.
One person can talk at a time, otherwise Ms. Schlim cannot make a record.
Yes, sir.
So one of you talks at a time, the other one listens.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So can I answer that, or do you not want me to
Answer the question.
Okay. So I'm just
Simply
trying
Nikki,
to explain
thank you.
the best way I can, and I apologize. I apologize, but I'm just trying to explain the best way I can. I just give the packet to people, they put their information in, and I turn it in at the end of the day to the office. I know nothing else that happens with these packets, except for if, like what Mr. Booth said, they send it back to him, then he'll come talk to you. But that's all I know, ma'am.
Simply Nikki, thank you. Happy
How many
Tuesday.
people typically come up to you at a time to sign these petitions?
So it depends. You can have it to where you've got a line of people. You might have a lot of people because they're like, oh, I agree with the situation. Like, for instance, with the marijuana, the campaign prior to this one, that I was standing in front of the dispensary, you have a line of people. So it just kind of depends. But most of the time, you're not like standing in one place. So like, again, using the court as a example, you might be at courtroom 4 and someone might be signing there, and then you might see someone down at courtroom 2 who might say, hey, yeah, hey, you interested in signing the petition? And you're walking over there, you're talking to them about the petition while you have this person signing, and it might be another person in courtroom 3, hey, what's this about? And you walk over to them. So you have multiple petitions out being signed, and then people walk up to you, they give them back to you, and then you do the same procedure.
Okay, let's talk about Mr. Hicks, which is here on number 4. Did you obtain the signature that's associated with Mr. Hicks?
I'm going to say, again, the same answer before, that I don't believe that this packet is mine because that's not my signature on the back of it. It's close, but that's not my signature.
It's close, but it's
That's
not.
no, I know my signature. That's not
Okay.
it.
All right. So
Why didn't you have your people
would
check his
agree
signature?
with me that you heard Mr. Williams' testimony that you signed this in front of him. You heard Mr. Williams say that, correct?
No, I did not hear Mr. Williams
You
say
didn't
that.
hear Mr. Williams say that?
No.
Okay.
Can I tell you what I did hear or no?
No.
Okay.
You can answer my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's go to
She's
petition
getting
number,
snippy.
well, exhibit number 2.
That means
This
she's
particular
losing.
petition. We'll go to the back page. All right. And tell me, is that your signature?
So that one right there is my signature.
That one is your signature.
That's my signature, yes.
All right.
That's absolutely my signature.
That is absolutely
Yep.
your signature.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And it looks like this particular one in Exhibit 2 was circulated on January 4th of 2024. Same date as Exhibit number 1, right? January 4th,
According to the paperwork, yes, ma'am.
according to the paperwork, which
Yes,
is what we're going by.
Yes, ma'am.
They both display dates of January 24th, 2024.
Could you put that back up really quick? I
Yep.
didn't quite see that. Yes, that's January 4th. Yes, ma'am.
January 4th, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This one is your signature.
That's my signature,
Okay.
yes.
This address, what address is this?
Where I live. Oh, my home address.
Okay, 15 North. Is that an 18?
48.
All right, in Lebanon with.
Right.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me if we go back to State's Exhibit number 1, okay, and we turn back to the circulator page that you said is not your signature.
Mm-hmm.
What is the address that appears there?
That's it says 15 North.
And that's your home address?
Yes, it is.
Okay, how long have you lived at that home address?
Since 2020.
2020, okay, so you've been there?
Been here for a while.
At this time, about 4 years-ish?
Yes.
Okay, all right. If this isn't your signature, how is it possible somebody could fill in your home address?
I didn't say that that was my handwriting either. So
That's not my question. Listen to my question carefully.
Okay.
Okay?
How
You're
would
saying
somebody
this
know
is
your address?
Not your signature,
Well, your employer
Not
has it.
your- not your handwriting.
Right.
How does someone that you work with, presumably, that's in front of Boots, know your home address?
Because I could not tell you how someone would know that they would know your home address. It's a good question, but all I know is that these papers are not on the packets so you see how you have that packet, ma'am?
Yeah.
And it has everything together. Okay. That back page, the one that says statement of circulator on it right here, that one right there is pulled off, okay, by the supervisor. And then the supervisor counts and tells you everything that they want you to put, right? And then this last paper is the paper that they tell you. So for instance, if I did believe I did this one, it would say, Boots would say, or whoever was a supervisor say, all right, this is 33. You put the 33 in and then you put in the information. So that's how the procedure works. I can't answer how someone got my address. I can't answer how someone got a lot of these people's addresses, but that's not my signature.
But it is your address.
Yeah, that's my address. It is.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. We're going to go back to Exhibit 2. Okay, we're going to talk about some of the signatures on this one, and we're going to start
At this point, I think there's reasonable doubt.
here on this page with
The
Mrs.
investigator
Caitlin
looks
Dressler,
a
number
little
19.
concerned.
Okay, see that one?
Yes.
Box 19? All right.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you obtain the signature that is
birthday.
associated with Caitlin Dressler's name and address on box 19?
Again, this is kind of hard because I don't know if I did or not. I just don't know. I can't tell you for sure, yes, I know Caitlin Dressler, and yes, I know that she signed this on that day, because my memory just doesn't. First off, if Caitlin was one of the witnesses, I don't know her. So my memory doesn't serve me to be able to specifically say on, this date, I met this person and I handed them the packet and they signed it. Like, I can't truthfully tell you that.
But
Because
again,
I'm not sure.
Again, your testimony is this is your verification on the back.
so
That's my signature.
There might be an
Okay.
interesting
Same
moment coming up,
question for the next box down, Adam Dressler.
because he's got a
Did
neighbor.
you obtain the signature
he
that
signed.
is associated with
Signed.
Adam Dressler?
So the one with my signature on there, I would have to say that I'm the one who handed out the packet to put that information, whoever got the information to put that in there, yes.
Okay, so you can say that for Adam, but you can't say that for Caitlin.
Well, no, I can say it for both. Now that you showed me the back of that paper and I'm seeing that's my signature, then what I'm telling you now is that if that's my signature on the paper, which you just showed me, then Caitlin and Adam and everybody else in there, I did the same procedure.
Okay. And again, you told Mr. Gibbs that you do not ask for identification when these people come up to sign your petitions.
Yeah, the company says that we're not allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to do that?
No.
Okay. All right, so on the next page, same exhibit, number 2, Kim Flotting. Did you obtain the signature associated with Ms. Flotting? Or Mr. Flotting, I'm sorry.
So again, with Mr. Flotting, I would offer the same answer that I have for the other two.
Okay. That you would have obtained that signature.
Yeah, on this packet, so this, at least the sheets, because I told you the sheet, it gets separated. At least on this sheet that you have here, that one does look like my signature. I can say that that's my signature.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about State's Exhibit number 3, okay?
Yes,
Another
ma'am.
petition.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's turn to the back page on this one and look at that one. Is that your signature that appears on the statement of the circulator?
Yes, that's my signature.
Okay, and again, your home address,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
All
that's my
right.
home address.
And in states number 3, there are a few signatures that we have been talking about. The first couple of which are associated with the Ashbys. Okay, Melody Ashby and James Ashby. So I will direct your attention to Melody, box number 17. Did you obtain the signature that is affiliated with Melody Ashby?
And again, I'm going to say, based on the back verification page, because that's what's attached to it, I can only answer that I believe that that's my signature on this one. So I can only say that, yes, it would be my best guess, thinking back to 1/11/2024 here, that, yeah, I handed that out to whoever was supposed to be Melody Ashby now, and this is what we had received back on the form.
Okay, and the one below belonging to James Ashby?
Same answer.
Same answer.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
you would have obtained that signature.
If that verification page is truly the verification page, yes, then I can say, yes, that was me.
Well, you would agree with me that the verification page indicates you had 35 signatures, right? You
That's what that
signed
says.
you witnessed all of these 35 signatures, and to the best of your knowledge, the information, the name, the address, the signature is correct. And on the front,
To the best of his knowledge.
corresponds to that 35 with the total, correct?
And can you turn back to the back page?
Absolutely, I can.
So, yeah, so that would have been, and again, that would have been the number that was approved, that was told to us by the supervisor. Is that a packet that only is that a full packet of 35 or something? Can you keep going through them so I can give you a full answer here?
Well, you can answer the questions as we go
Okay,
along,
okay.
okay? But you would agree with me, the number on the front page and the number on the back page are the same, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, now, in addition to the Ashbys on this particular petition, still talking about states number 3, I'm going to turn your attention to, let me find the right one. Okay, we're going to look at box 24, okay, which is Taylor Morgan. Still talking about states 3, which you said is your signature. Did you obtain that signature from that is associated with the box for Taylor Morgan?
My answer is the same. If my name is the actual signature, if I'm saying that that's my signature, I can only trust that back on January 11th, 2024, that was affixed to the correct packet and that was the information that the person who signed that put in there. That's the best way I can answer that for you.
Okay. In the box directly below, Laura Morgan, same question. Did you obtain
Same
that
answer.
signature?
I would have to be the same answer, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit number 4. And there's only one signature in question on this one, so we're going to turn to the back of State's number 4 to the statement of the circulator. Is that your signature?
That one right there. That one right there, yeah, that's my signature.
That's your signature?
Yeah.
Okay. Now in State's number 4, we talked about a signature that is in, let me find the correct box for you. This is box number 35, the last one. This is Mr. Rayberg. Did you obtain the signature that is associated with the box containing the information for Scott Rayberg?
Again, I keep my answer the same. If that's my signature, then I do believe that whoever I handed that paperwork to was Scott Rayberg.
Okay. And finally, State's Exhibit number 5. And
Here's the problem.
go to
This
the
was a
back
political
page.
issue.
Is that your signature?
And going to people after the fact.
That one looks a little off.
That one looks a little off. Okay, so is that your signature?
I'll say yes.
You'll say yes.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
but that's probably not an uncommon thing when you sign different things.
Multiple, yeah.
Your signature kind of, depending on where you're at and what pen you use, it might differ a little bit, correct? Would you agree?
I would just say mostly I can tell when it's my signature because of how I do the last part of my signature. That's what stands out for me.
The last part of your
yeah,
signature?
there's something special that I do with it. So that's what stands out for me.
Okay, you mean the last part, meaning the last part of your last name or the last part of your first name?
The last part of the whole, the last name, the whole signature.
Of the last name. So you talking about this kind of like loopy thing there?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. All right. But you think that's your signature, right?
I do. Now that I'm taking a closer look at it,
Now
I
that
do.
you're taking a closer
Yeah.
look at it?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And this particular petition, Exhibit 5, has the signature of Ms. Weaver on there, correct?
Yes.
Did you obtain the signature, this signature that is associated with the name of Joanna Weaver?
And again, Joanna Weaver. Yeah, because that was the lady at the smoke shop. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, that was one that I got. Yeah, this is my packet. Yeah.
And you knew her previously, correct?
From in passing at the.
And when I say no, I don't necessarily mean you're hanging out,
Right, right.
having dinner together, but
Right.
you knew her from her work
From
at the
working,
smoke shop,
yes.
right? You had seen her before, talked to her before. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that is her signature.
Yes, ma'am. They actually let me. So the smoke shop, the owners, they're very nice people. They always let me just sit there inside of the establishment. They'll even give me like a chair or something, and just sit there. And as people walk through, and just, hey, are you interested in this? Are you interested in this? So the community was, they were cool with me being in the smoke shop, actually getting the signatures from people.
Okay. Now, this particular petition in State's Exhibit 5 also bears the signature of another witness who we heard from, Stephen Drake.
Okay.
Okay? Did you obtain Mr. Drake's signature on that?
Yes, I do remember when I got Mr. Drake's. I remember the day when Mr. Drake signed and everything. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Where were you when Mr. Drake signed that?
So I was actually, I had just came back with another worker of ours named Chase. Chase had actually had a divorce issue he was going through. We stopped at Mr. Ernst's office to ask him about his issue, which I guess I just, actually, you asked me earlier, had I ever went to Mr. Ernst's office while I was actually working at AMT, and now that I'm thinking about it, I did. This was one time I did. I was with Chase. That's who was paired with me that day. He had a question about divorce, something he was going through with his girlfriend or his wife. I took him to
His wife and his
Dave
girlfriend,
Ernst because that's the kind of
possibly.
work he does. And then as he's up talking with Dave, I'm standing downstairs because our paralegal there went out to have her cigarette break. And we're just talking, and that's how I actually met Drake, Mr. Drake, sitting outside while they're doing this, while my coworker was doing her cigarette breaks, and we'd be talking. And same thing happened that day. She was on her cigarette break. My partner was up talking to Dave about his legal issues, and we saw Mr. Drake. I always say hi, Mr. Drake, and I asked him, would you like to sign it? And then I gave him the paperwork, and the same procedure for everyone else was the same procedure I did with Mr. Drake.
Okay, and he agreed to sign that day.
Yeah, everyone that I handed it to, they agreed to sign it. I didn't force anyone.
Okay. All right, not suggesting that you did.
Well, sort of, in
Okay.
a way.
So, it's your testimony that all of these petitions, except for maybe State's Exhibit Number 1, contain your signature on the statement of the circulator, correct?
On the page, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this, going back to State's Exhibit Number 1, that's the one that you say you're not sure about.
Yeah, no, that's the one I'm saying ain't mine.
That is not yours. That's your testimony.
No, because it's not the same. Like, no, I would know that's not the same way I do that in part of my signature.
Okay. And you are in agreement with, I believe your testimony was pretty much identical to Mr. Williams as far as the process for reviewing really your work day. You know, you get the packets, you go out for signing, then you come back to the office and Boots goes through the packets individually with everybody, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, we go out in the morning.
You're pretty much in agreement with his rendition of that, right?
His rendition of what our work day looks
Just
like.
what your work day looks like.
Yeah, absolutely.
And how the packets are reviewed and reviewed by him, right?
Well, I wouldn't know how they're reviewed after he gets them. I only know.
I'm just talking about the process that ends with Boots.
Yeah, oh yes,
right?
absolutely, yes,
Okay,
yes.
yeah, we're not talking about what might go on at AMT or whatever. We're
Okay.
just talking about your interaction with Boots.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Now, so here is the million-dollar question. You told Detective Jenkinson, you told this jury already that AMT accused you of forging signatures a couple of times before.
Correct.
Okay? Why in the world would you go back to work for a company that accused you of committing a crime?
So I explained because when I asked them, well, did anything come of that or anything, they said, no, nothing came of it. So I figured, well, it was just a mess up and I would go work again. You know, I didn't think that anything of it. It's just, they said nothing really happened. That was my first question, if you remember. My first question to who I believe was Boots at the time that called and said, do you want to work this job, was I did bring that up. And when they told me, no, it's okay, everything, you must be fine, everything's okay, then okay, that's
So
fine.
you took their word for it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And you said that you've worked for other circulating
Defense
companies
attorney looks
before?
surprised.
Or at
Yes.
least that's what you told Detective Jenkinson that day,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Were you ever able to find the names of those companies?
I did, and
Okay.
I do remember, Mr. Jenkinson may not remember, but I do remember reaching out and informing him of that. It was, oh, I'm sorry, can I tell
go
you who
ahead.
they were?
You can finish. Yeah, go
It
ahead.
was Citizens Action Network was one of
Okay.
them, and I believe that was for like Ban the Box, I believe was what they called it. That was the campaign going on at that time.
Okay.
It was called Ban the Box. And then the other one I worked on was when we had to go canvassing through the communities for the Supreme Court justices. So somebody was doing another one of these things in regards to the Supreme Court justices. But each campaign looks a little different.
Sure.
So you're not necessarily always collecting signatures. Sometimes you're just going to like door to door and you're just asking people, would you support this candidate?
Sure.
And then like, I guess all that information goes
Sure.
back to the company.
But you would agree there are multiple companies out there in existence that do this, right?
Yeah, I've met, actually, while we were in downtown Cincinnati doing this campaign, there were other companies actually working on the exact same campaign, so.
Okay,
yeah.
even on this particular issue?
Even on that issue, yes,
Okay,
ma'am. Yes,
so
ma'am.
it's not just something that AMT specialized in. You could have gone to another company and worked, if this issue was truly near and dear to your heart, you could have gone to a different company and collected signatures for them. Fair?
Well, I mean, none of the issues are really true to my heart. I wouldn't say it like that.
No.
I would say.
That's my question to
Yeah,
you. Like
okay.
if this issue is really important to you and you want to do your civic duty by supporting this particular
Objection.
issue.
Your Honor, as far as the political, I mean, that's the same line of questioning that I was attempting as far as the issue and being in favor or against the issue as motivation.
I don't think that was a question, but I'm going to let her finish her question and then I'll rule.
Then I'll sustain.
If you wanted to continue working on this particular petition and issue, you could have gone to a different company other than AMT and worked for them.
Overruled.
Correct?
If I would have had the knowledge that that was happening. Again, I was called for this position.
Right.
I didn't apply for this one. AMT reached out and called me and asked me to come back to go to work. And
I
then,
understand.
Then that's when I said, well, why would you want me to work for you guys because of the situation we had the last time? And then that's when they were like, well, no, it's not, not a big deal or whatever. And nothing happened. So yeah, come on and come work with us. And I'm like, okay. So I honestly thought that it was just a big miscommunication somewhere at the top. That's why they allowed me.
So you just took their word for it?
Yeah.
Okay. But your testimony just a few minutes ago was there were multiple companies working on this particular issue.
So when I say multiple, when we were downtown, we saw other people doing petitions as well that were not a part of our office.
AMT.
Right. So well, I don't know if they were part of AMT or not. I just know they weren't part of our office. So,
poaching signatures.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand you. When you work for other companies like AMT, do they pay the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone pays roughly about $20.
About $20 an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no difference, it's always hourly, not like you're getting paid by signature or whatnot?
So every single one that I have worked for, now I know that there are companies out there that do per signature. They'll pay people like, $1 or something per signature or whatever it is, their rate, whatever, I don't know if it's $1. But the companies that I have worked for, I've never had that as the rules.
Okay. And just to be clear, you have no idea how someone would have obtained your current address to affix it to State's Exhibit Number 1?
Well, to say I have no idea would be me lying, because ever since this has happened, I've been trying to go through multiple ideas, but to say concretely, no.
No, okay. And you would not know who affixed your name to State's Exhibit Number 1?
No, absolutely. I don't know what happens to them
like she's
after I turn them
conceding.
in to the supervisor. So
She's
no,
giving up.
I don't know.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Okay. I have no further questions for you at this point.
Okay, ma'am.
Could we renew our motion? Judgment of acquittal, Your Honor. Oh, man. Don't ruin it here, defense attorney. Don't ruin it. He's got a good thing going, and he did it without you.
So, Mr. Rouse, knowing what you now know, would you work for AMT again?
No. So I found out, as Ms. Tranter just asked before, about, how we do things and, how we're to petition and go out and get signatures and so on and so forth. I would never work this job again based on this experience, because before you guys told me it was an issue, not you guys, but AMT told me it was an issue, and then they hired me on, and now I'm having the same issue again, and it happens to be for the same exact thing. So no, I would not work with that company ever again, even if they told me that, there's not a problem here. And again, I started researching a little more in the company and found out.
Yeah.
Sustained.
No further questions?
And found out. The jury heard that.
No, you're
What'd
All
you
right,
find
ladies and
out?
gentlemen, if you have any questions for Mr. Rouse, please reduce them to writing. Do not discuss or display any proposed
Question from the
with
jury.
other members of the
What
jury.
did you find out about your company, about AMT? Did you find out that, let's see, a civil investigation demand requiring AMT to produce documents on hiring practices, work verification, payroll communications? They've got tied to petition campaigns, including one backed by the People, Not Politicians challenge. Yeah, there happens to be some issues with the company, and I think it's not necessarily that company that's a problem, and it doesn't mean that there is an issue that was their fault. But some people are asking questions, and they're looking and they're pointing fingers, and AMT is where they're pointing the finger at. So it might be the nature of the business that they come with that. So, all right. I think we have the rare case the rare case of a defendant who betters his situation by taking the stand and testifying. It's rare. There are very few times that this actually works and works well. But I think Mr. X has figured this one out. This has been a rough case to sit through. It's basically like just gleaning the financial information from the Murdaugh trial and skipping all the rest of the details, and just going with that. Only this is worse. It's handwriting analysis case. But I think there's reasonable doubt here. I think the jury already saw reasonable doubt, and it's in some of their questions. I'm curious what the questions they're going to ask him, which there will be questions, I think. If that reasonable doubt is presented in the way the question's worded, and if they appear to be on his side with the questions. Okay, and you get what I mean by that. Does the question seem to be loaded or leaning one direction or another? But it was boring yesterday. I said it was boring. I take it back. No, it was boring. It was boring. You are 100% correct. This was a boring trial as far as the facts of the case when it came to the signature and the analysis and how the election process works. And it sure borderline Pickles throughout the whole thing. I mean, we got politics all over the place. So thanks for sitting through that. And thanks for being good in chat and making this more about the crime alleged instead of about the content of the pickles. Good stuff. Lots of questions, maybe. Lots of questions. We all felt, yeah, I had regret yesterday. I had buyer's remorse. I wasn't ready to tell Josh that he lost all court choosing privileges yet, but I did have a little bit of buyer's remorse sitting through that and quite honestly snoring through that a little bit yesterday. But you guys were amazing. I love that we have people here in chat who are like, hey, I've done this. I've done that. I understand this process. This is hard. This is what they go through. No shade at Josh ever. He's the GOAT. Thank you, Red Pen. He's amazing. But wow, the little bombshell this witness dropped. He's like, yeah, that's not my signature. That's like the tables are turned, right? How in the world did they get to this point
you've seen how we
without
do
checking
this.
his
Members
signature?
of the jury have a number of questions.
They've
I'll
got
read
people
them,
who do
you'll
just
answer
that.
them, and then the attorneys may have follow-up, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. On the days you had to leave AMT early and met with Mr. Williams to turn in your petitions, would you go over it with him, or would you just sign your name and leave for your next job without Mr. Williams completing his part?
So on the days that I would have to go in to work early, I would go in and turn the paperwork in, sign it off, and leave. So no, Mr. Williams, on the early days I left, didn't do the fraud check right then.
Wow.
If you knew Mr. Barry Riley and you went over the packet with Mr. Williams, why did you not hold up a red flag?
Because I didn't go over that packet. This is my first time seeing that packet.
Was there ever a more clear and systematic way to collect signatures, like a table and clear signage?
No, we didn't have like a clear signage in a table or anything.
You mentioned the verification form on the last page of the petition is removed at some point. Is that page attached when you receive it? And if so, when is it removed? When is it reattached? And is it done in front of you?
Okay, so when we receive the packets, we get the packets in the morning, and then at nighttime, they separate the back paper and they put it on one stack, and then they separate the actual signature portion of it, and they put it in another stack. And then the supervisor will pull up whatever papers that they have from that stack, and then they'll say, okay, well, you have 25 or whatever, and then, okay, you put 25 in there, and then you sign and you go home.
If you had a job, why did you go back to work for AMT after your last interaction with them?
Because, again, they told me I was leery. That's why I was like, well, are we going to have these issues? They told me, no, it wasn't really an issue. It was something above them. And so I felt safe that I could actually go back and work with them.
Did you ever bring petitions back with you to Dave's office?
only petitions that I was out working on. It was never like, so, like for instance, the day when Chase had that question, then yeah, I had that petition that day, but any other days, no.
Were unused packets returned each day to Blue Ash?
Yes, every day.
How many blank petition packets were given to you each collector?
So they would just like grab a stack of them, and they would just hand you a stack of blank petitions.
Was it the same amount of packets each day into each collector?
Yes, and then you would have to like request for the supervisor. So say if we're in the field and we fill up the packets, you'd have to request for the supervisor to come out and give you another packet.
If you ran out of packets in the field, could you get a blank one from another collector?
If you ran out of, well, you couldn't because that collector would have to have the amount of packets returned back for that day that they were given out.
Was the signature page always separated from the packet?
Every time, yes.
When was it reattached?
It's the same question.
I can't really give that answer because when I leave the office that night, that's what's done at the fraud check. So I don't know when they reattach it.
Doesn't anyone put a time of signature when signing?
To my recollection, no, there was no time stamp that was done. I think maybe like when Boots like signed his name on it, maybe that's the time stamp, but it's the best that I know.
Is the sheet you sign always on the packet?
The sheet I signed always on there?
No.
That's the question.
Yeah, it's always on there until it's pulled off. Yes, sir.
How would you explain the invalid signatures and any incorrect information on this at the center of this trial?
Speculation? I'm surprised this is allowed.
The only thing I can say is they tell us to give out the packets. You hand out the package, you ask the person, hey, do you agree with this? You hand them the packets, and then you move on. So I would be speculating. I don't know basically how the names got on there other than me giving out the packets and collecting it and then turning them in, and they're telling me that it's not right.
Did your direct supervisor know your address?
Yeah.
Mr.
Boom.
Gibbs, any questions based on the jury's questions?
Yes, you knew my address.
Ms. Tranter?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, you may step down.
That last one, yeah, he
All
knew
right,
my address.
Mr. Gibbs, do you have any other witnesses?
That's a not guilty.
No, Your Honor, the defense.
Any rebuttal?
No, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time it's 1:05, but we are going to break a full hour for lunch. I have a 1 o'clock docket, which I will handle between now and then. You can go back, sir. Go ahead. I'm sorry. So we're going to take an hour for lunch. So come back to be ready to come back about 2:05, if you will, and then again remember just report back directly to the jury room. Again, remember my instruction. It still applies even though you've heard all the testimony and the evidence. You don't have the instructions of the law. So don't discuss this with anyone. Allow anyone to discuss it with you in your presence, and don't begin to form opinions because you still don't have all the pieces to the puzzle. So with that, I'll see everybody back here at 2:05.
2:05, which means we're coming back at 2. I'm making the portal right now. What are your thoughts? I think that one guy who says, does your supervisor have your address? For him, he's got reasonable doubt. Because you to ask that question, you have to think it was the supervisor who put the address on there. We know we have a signature that doesn't match. It was the supervisor that put the address on there. Not guilty. So that's gonna be great. Okay, we're gonna be part 4 this afternoon. Lunch. Lunch is not going to be nap time. I found my second wind. I don't know. I'm not tired right now. Maybe it's because this case really picked up towards the end here. But we'll be back at 2 o'clock. I'll make the portal. Defense is not looking as confident as they did before. Not nearly as confident. Oh, man. Okay. Is everything is all set up there. Now we go over here. Refresh. Why is YouTube's going slowly? You know that? Like, it still doesn't show that I've built the portal yet, and I have. Trust me, I did it. Customization, redirect, and now it's there. Okay. All right. I think the prosecutor almost waved the white flag there. She ended on a, okay, yep, all right. So basically, the last words a witness spoke in this case were at the request of the prosecutor, and they were basically, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It could have been somebody else. And she's like, yep, you're right. I'm done. And then she sat down. This must be frustrating. Must be frustrating to think you have an open and shut case and not going that way. Of course, the jury can do anything. This is Ohio. Juries do strange things in Ohio as well as every other state. So we'll see. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again at 2 o'clock, where we come back and see if Mr. X is going to be found guilty or if the jury will check the X on the not guilty spot on the verdict. We'll see. We're going to capture all of it. You're not going to miss a bit. And soon we will have another trial. Soon. No, I won't tell you what it is, because last time I said we were going to go to the Sarah Grace one. As soon as we announced it, they postponed it for 6 months. I think it's a curse. We just have to jump in and say, yes, we're here now. So thanks for giving this trial a chance. It has been interesting. We've learned a little bit. I've learned that the signature gathering process is a mess. Is a mess in pretty much every state. All right, you guys have a great lunch. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye.